Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Perhaps I should say welcome back to Disco Elysium. Thank you all so very much for coming to join me today. I really appreciate everybody stopping by. How are all of you holding up? I hope everybody is safe and well. Very good. Glad to hear that. Everybody seems to be doing okay. Oh, welcome, the doctor. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a familiar situation that I've been in a few times. What's this? Humbled Heron, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Very good, Devilish. Could be worse. Tomato Seco Fontes, very nice. I'm actually running out of food for the week, so I'm probably going to have to go grocery shopping fairly soon myself to get some more. Every now and then, I manage to plan it so that I end up with food that lasts a little bit more than a week, which is nice because then I don't have to go grocery shopping as frequently. Grocery shopping is not something I enjoy doing. Oh, amazing, Tramer. Yeah, I gather that there are a number of, rather serious ways in which this game can end. Valentine Cypher, just make sure to take small bites, keep a glass of water on hand, and don't eat too quickly. Alright, I guess 105.29, 105.30. Okay, yeah, I guess this is where we left off. Alright, actually, I see tire tracks around here. What the? Take all? Banged up fuel canister. Oh, we can sell it. Dented stainless steel canister for transporting and storing heavy fuel oil. A logo on its side has been partially stripped over years of use. Government issued red-dyed fuel oil inside looks like paint, though it smells much, much worse. Oh, okay. I bet we could use this to paint that wall that we found. Hello, Shersha, welcome. And hey, Monotone, welcome as well. Congrats on your second dose of the vaccine. Shersha, that looks adorable now, but you're going to regret teaching her to do that, because now she's going to get everywhere. Actually, guys, while I'm thinking of it... Oh, she doesn't know how to go down. Shersha, that might be even worse in the long run. While I'm thinking of it, for anybody who doesn't know Major Monotone, please head on over and follow this wonderful young man. He is a marine biologist. He does alternating science and video game streams. And he's just super entertaining and chill and fun to hang out with. What's going on here? And what the... Oh, wait a minute. Money! A bottle drained of all its booze is frozen to the ice.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Hold up. Yeah, actually, it sure does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point. Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
That's a heck of a focal point. Oh, really, Shersha? Even a tiny little dog like that? Hey, Kim, looks like we've had a couple of partygoers here.
Looks like it.
Is this party against the law on the ice like this? It was probably a public danger.
Not as such, no. Let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Oh, I bet we're the ones who crashed this car. Oh, seriously, Shersha? That's just humiliating. On what system, Fontes?
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so.
The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. PS4. Okay, Fontes. Interesting.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
I guess I better run my hand over the cold metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
What's the make of this motor carriage? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out. But you do see a monkfish float by.
That doesn't help. Oh, interesting, Fontes. Well, Monotone, now's your chance to, score a bunch of free games. Oh, that's a good thing, at least, Shersha. I mean, your parents are the one who got you the dog, right? I would hope that they're, on board with having a dog. Oh, Fontes, that's probably the best deal of them all. That's a AAA game. That's like a $60, $70 game. Probably closer to 70 if you include the DLC. How long has this car been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
Yeah, Monotone, but if you don't own all of them, get in on the ones you're still missing, right? Well, 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 looks like Jacob Iru's journey came to an abrupt end here.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Did you say something, Lieutenant?
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Rub your chin. Yes, yes, crazy recklessness.
Yes, yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or...
Your mocking tone finds no response.
Yet another
but
case of the
motion
engine
waves.
displacement triumphing over the driver's IQ.
Yes, yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say the vehicle has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Valentine, that's sort of true, yes. I don't know if you can internalize both communism and capitalism at the same time. I've encountered the options to internalize them, but I rejected them both. It is also possible to make your character a flat-out fascist. It's possible to make your character a placid, impotent centrist. It's possible to internalize this bizarre racial supremacy theory from a guy who's guarding the harbor that I think normally you're supposed to either beat up or sneak past in order to get by him. It's an interesting game. There are a lot of different paths, we'll put it that way. All right, what should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would.
Uh-oh. So either the Joyrider was actually our protagonist, or somebody stole the protagonist's car and crashed it here. How long will it take for low tide?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Okay, I guess we'll sit on the swing and wait for the tide to recede. Wait, sit on the swing?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so.
Been there.
Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Hold on, it looks very blue.
Yes, yes, it does.
What's your favorite blue thing?
Let me think about it.
Okay, I guess I'd better whistle a tune.
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill.
Ah, Kim the bro.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car.
Oh, I know exactly the tune you're talking about, nobleman, yeah. You're talking about the one that goes... That one? Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of picture that. These two goofballs just sitting here whistling that, looking at probably the protagonist police cruiser sinking into the ocean.
The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands.
Okay, Monotone, have a safe trip home. We'll catch you when you get back.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
So was your dad also, you know, point to your eyes? Oh no. The tide sure is taking its sweet time. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of No! Wow, these are terrible. All three of them are awful.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Do you think I will ever find my gun? If you have to side with either the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose? Actually, this is a slightly better question.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
It does appear to be missing textures, Devilish, yes. But I think I've kind of just subconsciously accepted that that's what this game is going to do. Oh no, nobleman, no, not that. Alright, look, Kim. Gun to your head if you had to choose.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Oh, we didn't even get a response from him. Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
Yeah, Bone, a lot of the bugs that I've encountered based on what I heard about the original game, appear to be the result of porting the game to the PS5, or PS4, I think is the version we're actually playing.
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kinds of people.
Police officers? Is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Breakfast, thank you so much for the tier 2 resub. Welcome back. Happy whatever day it is today to you too, Breakfast. How are you doing? Ultima, especially with indie games, you see that more and more commonly today. Because indie games are easier to develop on PC. They cost less money to develop on PC because you don't need to shell out thousands upon thousands of dollars for an entire studio worth of dev kits from Sony or Microsoft, or Nintendo for that matter. You don't have to go through all sorts of compliance that can be really expensive and time-consuming and resource-consuming. PC development is just much more fiscally practical for indie studios, and so you often will see especially smaller teams developing their games with PC as the primary platform, and then later, once they've made enough money on PC sales, they may port their game to consoles. And I'm getting the impression that that's what happened with Disco Elysium. Valentine Cypher, I'm not the least bit familiar with Gurren Lagann. I couldn't tell you.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Oh God, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No!
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
Oh my God, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
Holy hell, this guy just trashed this entire neighborhood. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone?
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Bloody hell, I can still fix this.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a bit of a disaster.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Valentine, I honestly do not know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. Yeah, logic, that's not making me feel any better. Alright, how do we get it out?
Detective, We don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Man, the badge, the gun, and now this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
Yeah, my dignity, is that it? A fourth thing?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Or maybe it's his ex-wife. Things were going so well. We were just chilling, just whistling.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Thanks, Kim! I feel a lot better now. Well, I guess we can loot it. Maybe my gun is in there.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Task complete, find the traffic hooligan. Oh no, I was the traffic hooligan all along.
Regular law official. You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first three thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flagellant cop monk. It's not easy reaching for the fourth option, the normal one. But you have. And now, you're not just crazy. You're also boring.
Great! Fan-freaking-tastic. -1 Shivers. -1 Inland Empire. All learning caps raised to 3? This skill sucks. I am barely benefiting from it. Yeah, let's, hang on a minute. Regular official. Oh, I need a skill point to forget that. Alright, I'm tempted to just reload this and unequip that, because I don't want to waste a skill point on it. But the ice just off the coast crackles, shifting. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Oh, people seem on board with that. So actually, I guess that's what I'm gonna do. Because we can skip through the stuff we've already done pretty quickly, I think. Regular law official. Unequip that garbage. And actually... indirect modes of text. Oh, okay, that ended up being another crappy one as well, so we'll leave that. No, Cappy Cammy, and I don't think I'm going to be
This is
going...
it. The scene of the party. Looks like they were here a while.
Looks like it. No, that's...
Some
I don't think I'm going to be going back to Soulstorm, Cappy Cammy. I had... Yesterday, at the end of the stream, I had an experience with it that really killed my interest in it. So, I think I'm gonna maybe finish this, and then, move on to something else. Hey Mel, welcome!
a banged up. It must be. Remember the tire?
It appears to be so. I agree.
You get a. Why the doom and gloom? The motor carriage is. The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out. But you do.
The ice is...
The estimate is correct. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, quite. Let's wait for the low tide.
Great idea. A joyrider jacket.
I don't know. An hour or...
As you sit down in the hinges, nothing but the sound of seagulls high above.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
The tune on your lips, the lieutenant too, but the wind, the clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Alright, would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to... Well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an...
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows. Does he know something about the...
I'm sorry.
41. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you studied in... Of whom? I don't... Detective. That is very... You'd be... Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense.
People are gonna be
to buy a
super
new
mad.
machine. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget.
This was 20% of the...
I'm afraid it will have to be. People are more valuable than machine.
The loot. There is also more precious than the gun.
You can still whistle.
Okay.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Leeches can climb too, Ultima. Okay, well, we got an autosave. So I guess that spares me having to save manually. Hello? Car, please? Oh, come on. You're kidding me. Walk off screen and back on. Do you know for a fact that that will work, Ultima? Maybe we need to zone. You had to do something like that in your playthrough? Okay. Let's actually go into the pawn shop and maybe if we refresh the outdoor area. Oh, you did too, Mel? Okay. It sounds like this is a recurring issue then. Man, and this is after the game was patched. I just downloaded a patch for this yesterday. You too, Ultima. Thank you. I hope you're doing okay. This. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned motor lorries. Oh, magnesium. Cool. The sign says no entry. Somebody has scribbled an inverted star on it. Oh, okay, we can't get in there. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Ultima. This doesn't look promising. Oh, what have we here? RCM Commander's Jacket and RCM Badge. Oh, we got our badge! Finally! RCM Badge, LTN 2JFR Dubois. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you, a younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my badge!
At least something good came out of all this.
Lieutenant glances at the badge in your hands. Study the badge.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking? Why? Hey, Gossamer! Good to see you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. Yeah, you must be exhausted. How late did you stream last night, Goss? And how much more hot sauce did you end up having to eat? I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't go nuts asking you questions right off the bat. You probably just want to curl up and go back to bed, I would guess. Yeah, Fontez. Okay, so for everybody asking, first of all, let me, let me give a shout out to Gossamer here. Gossamer is a friend. She just actually yesterday completed her last academic coursework for her college major. And yesterday was supposed to be her graduation ceremony, but COVID, of course, sandbagged that. So she ended up doing a special stream instead where viewers had some choices as to things that they could request for her to do by donating and throwing in some bits. And one of those things was eating a spoonful of hot sauce. I don't know why people do that to themselves. I think it's the sort of thing where you hear about somebody else doing it, and then it sounds like a good idea on paper, but then you actually do it on stream, and then the first time you do it, you're like, oh no, this was a terrible idea. No more hot sauce, but many more jumping jacks. Okay, Goss, gotcha. Well, good, Goss. Frankly, I'm glad you took the hot sauce option off the wheel, because I was getting a little bit worried about you. I was starting to think that if you got that one too many more times, you were going to end up really being in a bad way by the end. I'm glad you're okay, and I think it was probably the right decision foregoing any more of that. Oh, Echo Drop, get out. Well, Valentine, everything in moderation, right? Plus, hot sauce doesn't necessarily make everybody uncomfortable. And I mean, there's also a fine line between discomfort and a pleasant level of heat. Mind you, normally when you eat hot sauce, you put it on something else. You don't just sit there drinking spoonfuls of it. That's not really the intended use for it. Although I have known a couple of people who claimed, and the key word here is claimed, to enjoy hot sauce that way. Practiced what at least once when off stream, Goss? I think I might have lost the thread of that conversation already. I'm sorry. Ghost pepper beer, Echo Drop? That just sounds terrible. They gave you socks instead of doing a Zoom graduation, Goss? Oh, eating the hot sauce off stream to make sure that you were okay with it. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. That's entirely fair. Well, now you know, Goss. So next time you think of doing a stream like this, now you know what you can tolerate and what might be better to avoid. This is how you learn. Plus, if you want to look at it on the bright side, Goss, at the very least, your viewers got to see you eat one spoonful of hot sauce. So they can't say that you cheated them out of it. All right, and he's winking. Why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you.
Socks with your school colors that say alum? That's an interesting choice by the administration, Goss. I mean, if it were a t-shirt or a jacket or something, I could understand. But unless you're wearing a very particular outfit, most people aren't going to see or really even pay attention to your socks. I feel like writing the word alum on a pair of socks is really only for the benefit of the wearer. Wow, Mel. What have you been doing with it in the meantime? Tying it back? Oh, a long stream will definitely do that, Goss. Yeah. That's why I try not to stream for more than 12 hours at a time, because sometimes I don't even have the energy for 12. I vary between like 6 and 12 on any normal night. 12 is on the higher end for me, but I tend to find that after 12 hours, I start to really feel it. Like, I'm getting a little bit too old for anything more than 12. Oh, just becoming a chia pet, Mel. Well, hey, there are benefits to being a chia pet. It gives you a lot more options in terms of styling your hair. Yeah, Marisat, but they could have even given out a hat or something, or a scarf. I mean, hell, even Twitch. I remember a few years back at PAX East, Twitch was giving out branded scarves to partners. I unfortunately got there a little bit too late to get one. I guess it was first come, first served, and they had a very limited stock, but... Asherite, you're thinking about getting some food, but no idea what to eat. You got all of Grubhub in Chicago to try. Okay, Asherite, I'll bite. Let's pull up Chicago Grubhub. Well, yeah, Goss, I don't mean a mortarboard, though. I mean like a hat that you can go out in public and wear. I do not recommend going out in public wearing just your mortarboard. People are likely to stare. My condolences, Afro. My condolences. Yeah, Marisat, when I graduated high school, they didn't let us keep our robes. We had to return the robes, and I believe we also had to return the caps. I'm pretty sure all they let us keep was the freaking tassel. Oh, I'm familiar with that, Devilish. I used to work with children and young adults on the autism spectrum, and some of the young adults that I worked with, people who were over 18, who were college age, and were taking courses at local universities on a part-time basis, they had problems identical to the ones that you've run into. That's your new Tuesday hat, Goss. Well, I mean, you might be able to coordinate it with some kind of outfit, Goss. I'm not saying it's impossible. I've just never seen it done, personally. Okay, Asherite, hang on. Let me have a look here. Grubhub. Find food. Chicago, Illinois. And of course, the first three options that are shown to me are McDonald's, Portillo's hot dogs, and Rio Sushi. It just goes to show you what's popular these days. Oh, wait a minute. And Taco Bell, waffles, more sushi, Asian Outpost, more tacos, Panda Express. Oh, where's Yami when you need him? He'd appreciate that. Come on, I know Chicago has better food than this. Honestly, Warrior, I would take that over the male pattern baldness that runs in my family on both sides. Oh, wow, Marisat. That's a desperate, desperate university. Alright, Asherite, let me... Aha! Okay, so Asherite. How adventurous are you feeling, let me ask? Who was it that one time that asked me for... Oh, Mel! I remember that! I don't think we ever saw him again after that. I don't remember his username, but it was a guy who lived in Boston. He was in Boston going to college, and I think he had just seen an episode of the Fine Dining series I had just uploaded to YouTube. And he asked me for some advice, and I remember like 10 or 11 of us on the Discord got in a call with him, and we ended up recommending that he order from a Vietnamese place, I think. He ended up getting pho, if I remember correctly. I don't know what happened to that guy. He just sort of disappeared, and I never saw him again after that. I hope I didn't scare him away with my restaurant recommendation. Oh, gosh. Disembodied voices. All right. Well, I guess I have to remedy that. You're willing to try anything that isn't deep fried. Okay, so, Asherite. I'm going to pitch you an example. Have a look at that, and let me know if that's the sort of thing that you would be willing to try. And Goss, in the meantime, let me get something for you. Just... Here we go. Yeah, Echo Drop, it looks like a really interesting place. Okay, so Gossamer. This is about the best I can do, but hopefully I am now no longer just a disembodied voice. I'll give you 3 guesses as to which one of those is me. Yeah, Fontez, I guess Grubhub has to, they have to really work. No, Echo Drop. Good guess, but no. Well, thanks, Echo Drop. I appreciate it. I mean, I did sort of dress up for that. That was at E3 in 2015 is where that was taken. That was at the unveiling of Dark Souls 3. A bunch of content creators from the Souls community, myself included, were invited to E3 that year by Bandai Namco for the unveiling of Dark Souls 3. And that's where I met Hidetaka Miyazaki. And it's also where I met a bunch of the other content creators in the community that I'd never met face-to-face before. I met Rurikon there face-to-face. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, but that was the first time I actually saw him in person. I met a bunch of the Soulbrant guys there, Peeve, Ouroboros, Jerp. I actually met up with my boss at Future Press there as well, because he was there at E3 working on the contracts for a couple of other games for the guides. Namkai Bando, I see you've been hanging out with Matt Breakfast. But yeah, that's where that was taken. What's going on in the picture is that Bandai Namco Latin America, I think? I believe it was their, like, South America or their Latin American division was interviewing us. The other guy there holding the microphone is Barnezy Jones, who is also a member of Soul Brand. They interviewed him and myself about our thoughts and expectations for Dark Souls 3. So that was an interesting experience. The fountain in the background... Actually, Valentine, I have a funny story about Vadi from E3, because I hung out with him a little bit at E3. I'll get to that in a moment. The fountain in the background in that image... I actually have a video of. And I will put that in chat right here. Valentine, Vadi's a handsome lad, but he's already spoken for. I hate to disappoint you. He has a child of his own now, actually. And he does occasionally stream on Twitch now, so every now and then, if you're lucky, you can go over and catch him streaming on Twitch. But my story is, E3 is held in, I want to say Los Angeles? I think it's held in LA, or it was back before COVID, and before some of the major players at E3 started pulling out of E3. Nintendo pulled out of E3, and then I think a year or two after that, Sony pulled out of E3. So it just sort of fell apart after a while. But Los Angeles is in California, and California is... the weather there tends to be very hot. So Vadi gets off the plane from Australia, and I guess he had caught some kind of cold on the plane, because he already wasn't feeling well, the poor guy. And so we're walking around, probably 6 or 7 of us, a bunch of Soul Brand guys, Vadi, and myself. We're walking around LA before the show, looking for some place to get some food. And Vadi is just not looking good. He's looking like he's really uncomfortable, looking like he's not feeling well. And I ended up basically... the other guys from Soul Brand went off to go find some place to eat, and I stayed behind with Vadi and took him to a pharmacy, a CVS, to get him a bottle of water and make sure that he was okay. Just basically to get him indoors and out of the sun. Because the poor guy, I don't know why, but he was walking around wearing a sweater. So I don't know what kind of weather he's used to in Australia. I've never been to Australia. I know it's hot there, but poor Vadi is, like, standing there looking like he's A, roasting to death, B, just suffering from a cold, you know, sniffling, coughing, and I'm like, this poor guy, they didn't prepare him for America. So, I ended up basically staying behind with him and just trying to make sure that he didn't die until the Soul Brand guys got back and told us where they had figured out we were all going to go eat. Yeah, it would have been winter, Echo Drop, but I'm pretty sure he lives in or near Sydney. And I don't think Sydney really has a winter to speak of. Winter in Sydney, as I understand it, is still basically summer anywhere else. And actually... this is the place that we ended up going out to eat. I did a little bit of filming there, too. The footage quality is not very good because I was using a really crappy camera at the time. But... For what it's worth, there it is. He's used to sleeping in a kangaroo pouch. Wow, nobleman. Poor Vadi. So anyway, that's that. Gossamer, did Miyazaki like my hat? I actually, I only wore the hat for the interview, Goss. Because, I have to hide my full face for a number of fairly complicated reasons. Which is one of the main reasons why I don't use face cam. But I was not wearing the hat during the Dark Souls 3 presentation where Miyazaki was there because cameras weren't allowed in there. I did briefly speak with Miyazaki, though, and he seems like a nice guy. I didn't want to take too much of his time because there were like 15 people in line to talk to him, and I ended up just being the first in line because most of the other people in the room didn't speak Japanese. So, as soon as the presentation was done, everybody kind of just like hovered around Miyazaki but kept their distance because most of the other content creators didn't know how to approach him. And my Japanese isn't very good. I'm self-taught, so I'm not really what I would call fluent, but I had just enough to be able to thank him for his hard work on the series and tell him, hey, I've been a fan for a while. I really appreciate the time and effort you put into it. And it's sure had a big impact on the way my career has gone, as it probably has for you, I would guess. Mr. Miyazaki? And he was like, yeah, a little bit. But nice guy. Really short, though. That's one of the things that struck me about Miyazaki is, for some reason, I expected him to be taller, but he barely came up to my shoulder. Then again, the same is true of Vadi. Vadi's a really tiny dude, too. And I'm not all that tall. I mean, you guys saw in that picture, Barnesi is like 2 feet taller than me. Oh, breakfast! Some of us are devilish. Those of us who are from the Netherlands, maybe, are accustomed to being 6 feet tall on average. Frankly, I'm perfectly comfortable with my 5'7". And that's not even describing how tall I am. Dr. Wily Eyebrows. It's not good, Gossamer. That's what I'm saying, is my Japanese is not great. I have a few basic sentences and phrases, but that's about it. That's, Yeah, right, breakfast. I wish. Actually, you know, I don't really wish. I'm okay with 5'7". I'm tall enough that people don't make fun of my height, but I'm not so tall that I'm constantly smashing my head on door frames. Sometimes moderation is okay. Hey, Lord Louise, welcome! And hello, Mortiferer, welcome to you as well. You might as well be 6 feet, devilish. You shush. Okay, Asherite, are you still here? I apologize. I got a little bit distracted from the already distracted tangent that I was on previously. Do you want more recommendations from Grubhub, or was the Ethiopian place right up your alley? You're 7 feet tall, Goss. I never would have guessed to look at you. Never would have given you 7 feet. But I guess it takes all kinds. Goss, if I had to guess your height, I would have said probably 6.5 feet maximum. I mean... Oh, Asherite's probably not still here. Now I feel badly. I gave him one recommendation, And then I got sidetracked. Devilish, I'm sure there's a pair of shoes out there that will give you that last 3 centimeters. Anyway. Hey, Andrezel, good to see you. No, this is still the first playthrough. I took a few days in between to try out the new Oddworld game. Alright, where were we? Why do you think? His face is already... Oh, okay, right.
It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already.
You were 6'5", but then you had a really good lunch a while ago, and it made it... You made... Oh, okay, Goss, nice. What did you have for lunch that day, Goss? Dragon steaks and demon flank or something? To put on 6 inches in one afternoon?
Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Harrier Dubois!
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Huh. Wait, what kind of name is Harrier? Or Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Or Eisenheim.
A name like armor.
Okay, I guess I'm Harrier Dubois.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
LTN, I'm going to guess that stands for Lieutenant.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Huh. What's W. Freighter? I've never heard of that rank.
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
W. Freighter? That sounds like a letter of the alphabet.
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Wow! This guy was such a badass, he declined 2 promotions to captain? He must have really loved working in the field.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect.
Huh.
And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's a décomptage? Teach me French, Kim. Speak French to me.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to 2s.
That doesn't help me understand what this means. Echo Drop, it sounds to me as though you could probably make some really decent toast with those ingredients. You could maybe slice that hot dog and put it on top of the toast.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
Echo Drop, first of all, don't you think I know better than that? And second of all, I will never recommend ketchup on a hot dog. Or a hamburger, for that matter.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Oh. Satellite officers.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
So you've been putting up with me because we're of the same rank?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Oh. Okay.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
I mean, yes, but it would have been nice if this never happened in the first place and I just had my badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Thanks, Kim. That gives me hope.
Good.
All right, back to the badge. It hurt me, Echo Drop. It hurt me terribly.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads,
Serial, whatever that number is.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
the numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Great. Oh, hi, Yami. Welcome. Date of issue, November 7th, 50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
I remember that time!
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly.
Oh, they fixed it!
That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened, man? Pump it up!
Okay, so I guess that patch yesterday did fix something. Because previously the horrific neckties dialogue was not being played correctly. I guess now it is. Hello, Ericawala. Welcome. All right, Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
He stops. No, Yami, I'm just working on finishing it. I mean, it's not a bad game, but I'm playing this today instead of the Oddworld game because I quickly fell off the wagon with the Oddworld game yesterday.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again,
Hey, Podlesh!
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Yeah, Yami, there appears to be quite a lot of diversity in this game's universe. Oh, well, not angry, Gossamer. It's just... the earlier games in that series had, or one of the earlier games in that series, the second one, had some really great quality of life added to it, and it functioned really, really well. Like, they did a great job with QA in the original 2 games. They were simple. The way that they worked made sense. They played fairly well. The controls were pretty responsive. There were definitely a lot of frustrating situations, but there were no situations that were frustrating because of a fault of the controls or because of the fault of the signals that the game was giving you. In the new one that I was streaming yesterday, there are some problems that didn't exist in the previous games that I thought they just knew better than to create. And what really killed it for me was checkpointing after a couple of the allies that I was trying to rescue had been killed, like moments after they had been killed, and then trying to restart the stage in order to skip to a previous point in order to be able to redo that segment, and winding up having to redo the entire stage from the beginning rather than just being able to skip to a previous point. The lack of a quick save feature, which the earlier games had, or at least one of the earlier games had, it's just... Soulstorm was just really frustrating to play, and I felt like at that point, by the end of the stream yesterday, I was starting to feel like it especially was not well suited to streaming due to having to repeat the same segments of the game over and over and over again. And not even necessarily because I was making mistakes, but because the controls were unresponsive, or because something didn't seem to be working correctly, or because there was a bug that was literally blocking progress. I ran into that a few times. And I just came to the conclusion that it's not worth continuing to stream that game. IRIX, Yami? What are you even talking about? So, I don't know, it was a game that I never really had planned to play through to the end, unless I enjoyed it enough to keep playing it. I mainly wanted to try it out, see what it was like, and, you know, if it held my interest, great, and if not, I still had this to fall back on. But Nick! Hey, how you doing, Nick? Great to see you. Thank you so much for the resub, Nick. How are you holding up? Yeah, Gossamer, I try to research games in advance to figure out whether they'll be well-suited for streaming or not, but sometimes you just have to take a risk, and that's what I did with the Oddworld game. I picked it up knowing that I enjoyed the first 2 that I played and thinking, okay, there's probably a good chance I'll enjoy this one. And I gave it a try, and it just ended up not meeting my expectations, really. So in those situations, sometimes you just have to say, all right, well, I'm going to move on to a different game that I enjoy more. Guys, let me Let me give this man a shout out here. Let me introduce all of you, those of you who don't know him, because most of you already do, I suspect. But my buddy Nick over on the Bitterbits channel, please, if you don't know him, head on over and give him a follow. He's a great guy, a good friend, and just an all-around entertaining broadcaster. Fantastic sense of humor, fantastic personality, and if you're looking for somebody who is funny, then it's him you want to be watching, not me. Yeah, Nick, first playthrough of Disco Elysium. I honestly probably should have waited for this most recent... Eric, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Welcome. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Yes, nobleman, that too. That too. How are you doing, Nick? It's great to see you. You holding up okay? Staying safe, I hope, and not breaking your back too much with the renovations? Alright, I guess we better put the badge away. And we also got... We got... Oh, we bought this at the pawn shop, and then... RCM Commander's jacket. Spirit Decor, United in Black, Visual Calculus, Sharp Eye. Don't break your back too hard, Nick. There's only one of you, and we can't replace you. So I would very much prefer that we did not need to send you in for repairs. A black uniform jacket with the RCM signature white rectangle on its right sleeve and backside. Letters inside the collar read LTN 2JFR. The jacket is of exceptional quality, other than some minor wear and tear. Oh, you know what? I like this. I really wish you could wear it under the patrol cloak, though. And actually, I have to say, we are finally starting to look like a little bit less of a hobo. The black jeans don't exactly work with a formal jacket like this. If I could find some slacks, that'd be nice, but... yeah, yesterday, Nick, it got an update. Well, it got a patch. The actual update is the Final Cut version, where all of the dialogue is now voiced. Oh, there's suit pants in the fishing village, but brown. Ah, blast it, Krypton. I was hoping there would be some black ones. Didn't get the hat? Hang on, Krypton. Let me... There we go. +1 encyclopedia. So Nick, what basically happened in the Final Cut update is they recorded something like 1.2 million lines of dialogue for this game. Most of it was done by a jazz musician by the name of... Hang on, what was his name? Lenville Brown is the voice of the protagonist and all of his various personality elements. Oh, Nick, I think you'll have a good time with this one. This game is very well suited for streaming because it has no combat. It has no gameplay that pressures you for reflexes or a tremendous amount of focus or attention. So it's a great game to play while you chat with chat. I've been finding it very helpful for that, for reasons which I know will be obvious to you. And there are a lot of different ways that you can handle it, not to mention it does have a streamer mode. I believe only the PC version has the streamer mode, but I believe the streamer mode lets chat vote on what dialogue options you choose, and I believe majority wins. So you'd probably have a real good time with this, Nick. Yeah, Krypton, I don't even remember where I got this hat. But I'm kind of hoping that there's a police hat later on. Pretty much, Nick, yeah. Oh, your hands aren't tied and you can still pick your... okay, Arkhammer, gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, I've heard of Battletech Mortiferu. I don't know too much about it, but I do remember hearing about it long, long ago. It's a fairly old game, isn't it? Nick, it sounds like that Sakaguchi game you've been playing has been dragging you back to the Stone Age. Have you been enjoying that? Is that one okay? Next to the white tank top, Krypton. These? I think I found these in Kuno's dad's apartment, Krypton. I think. Oh, left. Okay. This is a bum hat. You find this, I think you find this outside the apartment that you're supposed to unlock for Everart. Oh, you had it. Okay. Gotcha, Nick. Gotcha. Yeah, it looked an awful lot like a mobile game when I dropped by and saw you playing it. And I thought for some reason it was a console title, but then I think I remember you mentioning on stream that it was indeed a mobile game. I was looking at it thinking, huh, this console game looks an awful lot like it belongs on a cell phone. And then I heard you mention that it was a mobile game. I was like, oh, right, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Krypton, I've been doing the same. Why would you not? I'm super pissed, though, Krypton, because apparently due to some asinine technicality, I missed my opportunity to get the body armor boots from the corpse. Oh, it's part of the Mech Warrior franchise. Okay, Mortiferu, that might be why I've heard of it. Well, I sent it to Forensics, Krypton, but I did everything I could to try to get the boots off of it beforehand. Apparently, the mistake that I made was mentioning in the police report that the corpse had body armor boots on it. And apparently, if you choose that option, you're then unable to remove the boots from the corpse, because they're mentioned in the police report, and I guess the report would then be inconsistent if you sent the corpse back with no combat boots. Hey, Monotone, welcome back! You have it in the freezer, Krypton. I was never given the option to put it in the freezer. Like, the game never gave me any indication that that was even possible. I don't even know what the purpose would be of doing that. Yeah, Nick, that game looks like it would definitely benefit from a console budget and console graphics and game mechanics. It did look a little bit simplistic. Krypton, I did find the freezer before getting the corpse down. And even when I examined the corpse after having found the freezer, I was never given any options related to the freezer when I was examining the corpse. I did, Krypton. I came back when Kim wasn't around to try to take the boots. There was no option to take them. But according to some reading I did on the update, I think they might have changed some dialogue options around in the final cut compared to the original PC version. And several people in chat at the time who were there, who had played the original PC version, suggested as well that that might be the case. Kiney, I didn't unplug it by accident. I unplugged it on purpose. Because I needed to draw power from it in order to... Oh, I think I needed to eliminate its noise in order to hear some other sound in the room that led me to the secret area. Echo Drop, they fixed at least a couple of things. They definitely fixed the dialogue in certain places not playing correctly. You searched the whole doomed area and kept the freezer plugged in. Huh. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. If we hear... The wind is corralled by the 4-story buildings around this yard. Swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Money. And what appears to be more money. No, that's fine, Zorza. Thank you for the heads up on that. Krypton, if it's something that I've already played past, then yeah, go ahead. As long as it's not something I haven't done yet. I'm on day 3 right now, Krypton. And we literally just got to day 3, so anything before day 3 is fine. Glory, says the Graffito, to the ghosts of us. Oh, you fail the check where you noticed... Oh, okay. See, yeah, Krypton, I passed the check where you spot the bullet hole in the guy's throat. I specifically, in fact, re-rolled for that. Okay, so you have to fail that check in order to be able to put the corpse in the freezer. I gotcha. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. Oh, this is probably where we find that song. Yep, smallest church. Yeah, we got the song. Now we can go sing our hearts out and piss everyone off. That's bizarre, Krypton. Interesting game design choice, but bizarre. Alright, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. Huh? Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Yeah, gee. I wonder who fits that description. There's a boat tucked away underneath the tarpaulin cover. Underside of the boat has been recently tarred.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Wait, what would I be doing under there?
I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
Oh. Okay. Oh, this is where I could end up sleeping if I don't pay the, I found somewhere new to sleep.
Huh?
I can pretty much finish the case from under that boat there. It's dry, weatherproof, and free of charge. I'm gonna live under a boat now.
Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer. I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation.
Think of it as a salvation. You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return.
I'm almost afraid of what might be waiting for me when I get back there. What have we here? Oh. Nice, Krypton. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
Hey, Kim, where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
What's with the red chair?
Nothing. It's just a piece of furniture.
Red paint is peeling off it. Looks like blood, no?
No? This. Ah! A bow. Oh, and a postcard. A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. Well, we got a bow tie. I'm certain you can, Fontes. Well, that answers that. +2 drama. Theater idol. You're sure that wearing this is a statement. You're not sure what kind of statement, though. Oh. No. No. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Huh? Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Oh, okay. Oh yes, nobleman, I'm sure he will help me and totally not try to get me to kill myself. Amazing, Krypton. I was hoping I would be able to get myself that full set of body armor, but so much for that. Cinder blocks charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
The bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. Oh, we have to go around, I guess. Alright, yes, let's let the AI path us there. This way, got it. What have we here? Inter-isolary trouser. Oh, those must be the suit pants you were talking about, Krypton. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. Kingdom of Conscience? Oh, moralist pants. So these are actually worthless. It's okay, I guess. God, those shoes are awful. Yeah, I rejected the Kingdom of Conscience thought cabinet. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. White curtains have been drawn shut. No looking in. Yeah, quick travel unlocked. Fisherman okay, quick travel. A wedding stone, well-worn and covered in rust. Money. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry. Street sign is illegible below the graffito. Bottle. Krypton, did you get into the shipping container in the harbor? Because that's how I ended up getting enough cash to get all these clothes.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish necktie.
Huh?
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
What? Bottle? Where?
In this drunk's hand, on the pipe there. Glowing blue, a mysterious, otherworldly blue, filled to the brim with holy mysteries.
I don't want anything to do with that bottle.
You should care! I'm getting a very special vibe from that bottle. Please go talk to him. I need to look at it closer.
You want that? Okay, nobleman, I guess I really want that bottle. Krypton, I ended up just... Where was it? There is a thought cabinet which... Where is it? It's this one, I think, the Precarious World, where it lowers the threshold for critical success and failure by 1, which means that you can either roll a 12 or an 11 for a guaranteed success at opening the shipping container, Krypton. So, it's basically a... It gives you a slightly higher chance of getting in by force. And if you open the shipping container and you pass another dialogue check in there, you can get 100 real inside the container. And you know how I play these kinds of games, Krypton. If there's a lock to be forced, your boy Spy over here is gonna force it. Man, it feels so unnatural saying your boy Spy. I will never say that again as long as I live. I'm sorry, everybody.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
See? There it is, Bratushka! The spirit! Let's buy the spirit! 300 real is a lot, but this has to be done!
It's
our end game!
I am pretty sure this is just another stupid drunk idea I'm having that I'm attributing to my necktie. I wonder if there's a way I could talk him down on 300.
Bratan, you don't understand! It's not just another drink! This is what our relationship has been building towards all these years! This is the climax, the mystery, the virginal sigh!
It was 50 for you? What the hell, Krypton?
You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to! Our ultimate fate depends on it, and the fate of many worlds.
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
Oh, you didn't have the necktie force you, huh? Oh, you need Inland Empire at a certain level to make the necktie talk to you? Okay. Why does that bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
What is it? What do you mean, what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Where did you get that bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office.
He ain't shitting you! Medicinal spirits are a blast, Bratan! The flaming truth of this joke of a world!
No.
I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
That sounds dangerous.
It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Okay, how?
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
Oh no, you drank formaldehyde, you dumbass?
Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Okay, well, formaldehyde is most definitely not blue, so it's some other sort of, preservation liquid. Formaldehyde is kind of a nasty brown color. But this is probably equally bad, if not worse.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
3?
Don't say it.
I think it will prove useful, yes.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Okay, we gotta get him to... Okay.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Okay. Well, I sure as hell am not gonna be drinking that.
Bratan, I am so proud! Now, whatever you do, don't drink it! This deserves so much more than just regular oral consumption!
Shut up, horrific necktie. We are not consuming this.
Just wait for my sign. Keep it with you. Keep it warm. Keep it safe. Soon we will enter the other world.
Krypton, I really, really hate the idea that the necktie might genuinely want me to butt chug this preservative that this nutjob hobo stole from the doctor's office.
Soon. The time will come soon. Have patience, brave one.
Quite the business venture you've got here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
You know, Nobleman, the tie probably would, knowing everything else the tie has told us to do.
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
Spreads his arms and smiles a crooked, toothless smile. I don't know, Krypton, and to be completely honest, I don't think I want to know.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Looks like you're on your own hook, too.
Of course, of course, of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people.
Alright, I think we're done here.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Alright, let's save the game then, because I have a feeling.
Hey, tequila!
30-something man clad in a 2-piece Lycra trademark tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends a hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, tequila sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Yeah, okay, these are the guys that the protagonist must have gotten smashed with after he crashed his car into the ocean.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Not too hot. I'm on a 50-year losing streak.
That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5.
He looks at his shit-stained Lycra trademark with a grim expression.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Takes a sip from his beer.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please don't go. Don't go.
Begs the small man in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
This guy sounds like Plague of Gripes. Is that just my imagination? Is Tequila Sunset.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Maybe?
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Oh, God. I'm afraid, but we probably should.
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It does line up with everything else we've learned so far.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Oh, yes, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!"
Oh, Christ.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
No. Oh, God. Say nothing, it's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Welcome back, Nate.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Ah. Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
It does seem that way, nobleman. It seems like our protagonist drank himself so stupid that he basically reached the end of his rope. Well, my real name is, Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
Wow, how long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, it is!
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
Oh, I lose health from that?
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Butt out, player 3.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Yeah, I'd say so too. Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Yeah, that's true. Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
Yeah?
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Yeesh. This is a protagonist with some serious, serious issues. Not that we didn't already know that.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Alright, so we have the option to ask these drunk guys... Oh, we have to... You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah, how'd you become Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
I don't think I want to give him the spirit, so I don't...
Then I will see you again once you've procured some. Par exemple, my good friend Rosemary here sells all kinds of stuff.
All kinds, sir. Beer and wine.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Alright. Let's see. Alright, there's a postcard. Blue Medicinal Spirit. Oh, this is worth 8. The liquid has an unearthly blue tint, the kind that might or might not, but definitely does, glow in the dark. This is 98.7% pure alcohol. Keep it away from an open flame. Yeah, I think I'll be hanging on to that. What's the smallest church in Sansei? Tape you found from a shack on the coast. A side has smallest church in Sansei, while the B side is supposed to contain instrumental version. Requires a boombox. Oh.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Keep it at a harmless distance and wait.
Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Sessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup, They're all here, all 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What's that?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand.
Hey, medic, welcome home. How are you doing?
The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything. A police badge on which you see the
Okay.
It's just a racist mug. An intricate web of blue lines. It still kind of looks...
Oh,
You
this is
take
what I
the
wanted.
legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Everart's people could be watching you here. Okay, so I would need to go someplace where Everart's people could not be watching. Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. I'm alright, thanks, medic. How about yourself? No, Krypton, I have not. I haven't even begun to do that quest yet. But I think I might just get these drunks to sign this. Because that would spare me having to forge it. Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail!
Where am I? What is this place?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Uh-oh.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail?
Hey, I'm on an important official investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing, a really disgusting, hacking cough.
Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
That's true.
Tequila Sunset.
Could you and your pals sign this, please?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
I have this blue oblong pen.
All right.
He grabs the pen and carefully scribbles on the dotted line next to Lillian's signature, Idiot Doom Spiral. I need at least 2 signatures on the document.
Hey, Abs.
He shouts to the non-responsive drunk still dribbling drool from the side of his mouth.
Hey, Abs. Abs.
Grabs his passed-out friend by the shoulder and shakes him a bit.
The man mumbles incoherently.
Hey. Goddamn Abigail is here. Wake up. Wake up.
Maybe someone else can help. Point to the third guy.
Sure, I can fucking help. You need a signature. I got you a signature.
Or you can reply, he's already furiously scribbling something on the paper. When he hands the document back to you, the signature in uppercase letters reads, "Don't call Abigail." Can I have the pen back too?
Fucking cops, man. Always hassling the poor folk. You know what? I'm keeping the pen, and that's the end of it.
Huh.
Glad to have been of assistance. After all this time, I feel like I've made a difference.
Feels like a 1,000 fucking real, man. Doing good.
The incapacitated drunk lay there snoring like an ancient rusting tractor.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's up?
All right. Now, let me see if I can get my pen back from this bastard.
The legend. He's back.
Nope.
And firstly, I got...
So maybe I would be better off just forging those, because that way I wouldn't lose the pen. I'm pretty sure I could use the pen to write citations. So I will go someplace where Everett's people cannot see me, and I will forge the documents. Okay, Marisad, have a good one! Krypton, there's a very express mention when you equip the, where is it? The clipboard. The Ledger of Failure and Hatred. That it comes with a bunch of forms that you can use to issue fines or tell people to appear for arrest. And I'm pretty sure I remember hearing somewhere that there are some situations in the game where you can use these forms to issue, like to actually give people fines. Hello, Yugure. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in again. Yeah, Krypton, I think you might have to equip it.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Hey, where's your mom?
The kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The other one says, "Yeah, I said that."
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
The lieutenant remarks with evident glee. I am, yes.
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
He looks at the little scruffian, then at you. Scruffian, that's an interesting word. Nice little portmanteau of scruffy and ruffian. Yeah, Yugure, I know that life all too well. What's this? Hard to see the details. The colors, all warm and welcoming, are cozy, though. A flower trough where nothing really grows. Maybe in spring. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
You can't see then. How did you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
She beckons you toward her. Oh, this woman is gonna stab me. I just know it.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Wow! We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. No, what he said. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him, and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
Ah!
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of an ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
I'm considered an ill omen. Why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Okay. You seem all right.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Wait, you're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
She tilts her head on the side, pondering over something. Okay, I'll take it. Get keys to your new home.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
The key appears from under the apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Not as relieved as I am, Empathy, believe me. Ah, yes, Krypton, I did cure the expression. Once again, thanks in no small part to that, critical success threshold bonus.
Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
I will stay strong.
Finally, you have those lame-os of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Shut up, horrific necktie. We will be doing nothing of the sort. So what's in the village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
What does pornographically poor even mean? How did... No, you know what? Never mind. No, you can just actually say that. There's gotta be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
The what now?
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
And what happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives here?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Oh yeah, I met a couple of drunks here.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
Interesting. Is there any way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've already found some. Alright, what else?
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned? God couldn't pay the rent, huh?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
What else is on down the coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Oh, who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
Ah, that's it? There's gotta be more.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End.
Huh.
Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Aha! That sounds like prime treasure hunting territory to me.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Okay, well tell me a little bit about yourself, ma'am. You seem pretty chill.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
You can call me Tequila Sunset. Lieutenant W. Freighter Harry Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Okay. Now, let me just check. Is she one of the people whose signatures we were supposed to get? Ah, Isabel Sadie. Okay. We were supposed to get her signature. So we are not going to because Everard can eat it. We are not helping him defraud these people out of their land. Can't see into the house from this angle. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. Alright, let's save. Let's see what's in here. Huh? Ruffled grouse taxidermy? $7.50, wow. The dead body of a grouse, stuffed with some unknown material. From a distance, it might just pass off as the real thing. The bird itself looks extremely ruffled and slightly grumpy. Well, I mean, I would be too if I were stuffed on a plinth. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow.
Hello, mister.
A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She's looking at you with frank curiosity.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Are the twins outside your brothers?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside.
This poor kid. Little Lily.
They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
Yeah, they looked identical, right? I said the same thing.
They look identical.
Where are your parents?
My mom's outside. And I don't really know about my dad.
Gives you a bright smile like it's a good thing. What's this? Show her the stuffed bird you took from the ceiling.
It's a grouse.
She yelps, smiling broadly.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skua you broke.
Oh, yes, I thought so. Can I have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed birds.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Ah, well, all's well that ends well, right? What's that you have there?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lammy looks soft.
Yes. Very soft.
She pushes the stuffed animal towards your face. Press your cheek against Lammy. I don't. I can't just...
Isn't he soft?
She's right. Lammy is very soft. She rubs the white fur against your cheek, then returns the lamb to her lap, cuddling it. Oh, and that healed my morale. Great.
Bye!
The girl's large, curious eyes remain fixed on you. Guys, we have to protect this child. She is too sweet for words. We must protect her by never returning here to bother her with our drunk-ass presence again. Alright, this is the room we,
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
Unlock the shack door with the key.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Okay.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Very good. Maybe in here I'll be able to, Oh, Krypton, I meant to ask you, where did you get your pen?
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Oh, I can shave! Lena, okay. I haven't met Lena yet, so... Floorboards creak under your step. I guess I'll have to... She gave you a green ape pen for talking to... Wait, where and who? Lena's in the hostel? Oh, the wheelchair woman. Okay, what option do you have to ask to say to her for getting the pen? Because I never got that.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. Your hand...
Nope. Lena was the woman in the wheelchair. Okay, I did meet her then, and I just forgot what her name was.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand...
Oh, okay, Krypton. I think that's the one option I didn't choose for her. Gotcha.
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Is shaving the
a
right
rough
call?
soap. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red. Hair unkempt. Wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
I like that prospect.
Your hand trembles.
No. See, Krypton, I've been a lot more cagey about it because, I mean, people seem to know anyway because you basically trashed half the town, but...
On the table, you see the water reflect. A fresh start looms ahead. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin,
Oh, look at this.
producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Yeah, you know what? This is good. This is an improvement.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
I'm already wearing the trainer's krypton. Shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe.
No, it's okay, Krypton. I am kind of disappointed that you can't cut your hair, and also that you can't shave that stash and beard. I feel like, getting rid of the sideburns was nice, but we've got a lot more work left to do.
You almost look like a professional. Your face, such as it is, a regular human face, sans expression.
He does look very sad, Krypton, but then again, he is very sad. You see the waves, the sea, a church. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving you pleasant warmth.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum.
Let's listen.
The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
Ah, interesting. This is my forward base for the coastal part of the operation.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Wait, I changed my mind. I want to choose again?
There is no going back. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up.
Wow.
The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
Really? I guess we'd better look under the floorboards.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Did I just get? Koryev jacket. Oh! This actually kind of matches the horrific necktie. Okay, how do we look under the floorboards? Yeah, monotone, they certainly seem to.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer.
How the heck do we get under the floorboards? Oh, you know what, warrior? That's a good idea. But there's no option. There's nothing for us to select.
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Maybe this is something we have to do later. Changing clothes didn't seem to change that. Whoa. That was my keyboard dropping. Sorry. Okay. Krypton, I don't know. I was trying to boost any physical stat that might have been useful with, useful for getting under the floorboards. But I have no idea. Oh, perception. That's fair, Krypton.
A brisk coastal, the room fit.
What is this place to you?
Overhead, you hear a middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack.
Thank you,
on the
Strange
edge of a
Sensation,
fishing
for a fair
village,
assessment of the
listening
current
to the
situation.
guitar. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again.
Look under the floorboards.
Still nothing. Okay. That's a good point, Krypton. Maybe if we have something that increases perception... -1 perception. There... Krypton, that was already there. I searched it. This is just where we get the jacket.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
I don't know if we even have anything that increases perception. Reaction speed. Exposure, interfacing. Logic. Boots near the church. Okay. Oh, alternatively, we could level up our perception. But the extra point of perception apparently does not help. Alright, I guess there must be something else we need that we just don't have for that.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
So I guess we'll be back. What are these doing in the fish? Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots? Huh? Oh, +1 perception. Good old calf-length cavalry boots. Mount that horse and ride into the night. The heel comes in handy too. It definitely makes you some good 5 centimeters taller. But could it be that it's also making you sharper, more perceptive in your surroundings now that you've gained a new perspective? Okay, I mean... This is not exactly what I had in mind, but...
Hi, officer.
Oh, this is Liliane the net picker. Woman in a raincoat stands on the quay considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip? Why?
Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Oh, the island?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Oh, it means illegible, okay. I have questions. What's your name?
The name is Liliane. People call me net picker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Story of my life.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
A nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Hold on. Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you have to intimidate people? Do you get that many creeps coming out to the fishing village?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
I know the type. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold, point to the expression on your face. True, most people I've met are scared.
No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous.
Can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave.
Okay, that's fair. I don't want to do that. Where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? If they're thick-headed?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
I take it your husband's not around now.
Gone.
Disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
Who knows? Maybe he fell over. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
That is a very irresponsible sailor. Yeah, Krypton, they do eventually give you a very explicit explanation of basically the laws that restrict what kinds of firearms are legal in this universe. And yeah, the police are essentially kneecapped into using only single-shot muzzle loaders, whereas the gangs apparently and the criminals are still able to get their hands on and refurbish semi-automatic rifles from the war.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. Wow. Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. Wow. Blech. Terrible responses. Yeah, it's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
He glances at the village where two little kids are playing with what look like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
No, that's wrong.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Wow. What is the... Very low. Kim's presence makes it awkward. Don't know a good spot yet. Explore the coast. Wow. He needs to go on a date with an... I could just chat it up and re-roll this till I get it with Kim here. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
For some cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals that mainstream scientists deny exist.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Where did they go?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
That's it for now, I guess.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now, I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is that it?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insulindian cuisine.
Yeah, Krypton, the police sidearms are apparently the kind that use paper cartridges. Mel, the breech loaders were expressly described as using fully jacketed rounds, which to me suggests that the cartridges would have had to be metal.
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Oh, God. Now all I can think of is that scene in Hot Fuzz with the old incoherent guy and the barn full of weapons.
Bottled drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? I need info on this. Major narc. Wow. I don't like any of these options. Get to ask one thing. Where did those bodies wash up?
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Yeah, maybe stay clear of the things reminding her of the floater she used to be married to. Just saying.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe we try that again, because I can't help but think I missed something there.
A brisk coastal wind, the room...
What is this place to you?
Overhead, a middle-aged man outside. An old mirror.
Ah, nice monotone. Sounds like your keyboard had a bit of a misfire. Alright, let's try this again.
I offer anything I can help you with. A fishing village.
Right.
The sign on the street the name is Lily.
Indeed. Ask her about the cool sword.
Let's see. Aha! Two odd guys have been wondering. I don't really know. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Unfortunately, the factory sold not really. It's a reg. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. What makes you think that goes for men too? But they put no one wants to talk about. No, I'm afraid. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others, guess I enjoy.
If it is.
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Who knows? Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was for you. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be. Life didn't really change.
This is neither. She looks like.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
God. Freaking necktie. Alright.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. Like I said, fish mostly. I sell the fish. Sometimes I.
Keep it. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Wood, pieces of glass, bottle.
All right.
Alright, what about a mine?
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one, because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Ah. That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
An official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that, ma'am.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Yeah, Monotone, if only we could save scum, I'd be at the local gas station save scumming the lottery. Alright, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes lots of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake?
Well, I've got a song already.
Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area or... Yeah, let's focus on the things we can actually do, alright? Yeah.
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Of course he did. Kim is a car guy. Alright, I take it that's your skiff.
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Very good. In that case, it looks like that's all we can do for now with her. Oh, what's this? The planks creak beneath your weight. This boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Ah, hey, Fearless J, welcome. This is a point-and-click RPG, I think is the best way I can describe it. And it follows the story of a washed-up police officer who's down on his luck. And he's basically one failed case away from the end of his career. And how you handle that case... No, we can't get in there. How you handle that case can determine whether or not he regains his dignity as a police officer or ends up dying in a ditch somewhere. Right, so it looks like I will need to go get a pen from Wheelchair Lady, and then I will need to go get those drunks to put bogus signatures on the petition. Huh? A little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Huh? The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe? Rust-eaten letters read Mazout. Yeah, Fearless J. There's no combat in this game, so it's different from L.A. Noire in that regard. But that also makes it a lot more chill to play. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. That's a Nolan Vinct Sink, an unsuccessful model. Oh, church, huh? A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. School of fish huddle around the fence post, then scatter into the dark. Huh? Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered from the other side. Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Look inside. Ooh. Money. 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 This is ridiculous. Drugs. Money. And money. I like these posts. What? Someone is trying to bring cheer into the world, painted with pastels. Huh. I was saying that colloquially, Krypton. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Fearless J. I tend to like games like this because they don't require me to focus on combat. which makes it easier for me to focus on what I really want to do, which is hang out with chat. A dead phone, a smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. Well, Krypton, Nosafed increases morale, so I'm guessing it's some kind of antidepressant. Oh, that makes sense based on the name, Krypton. Yeah, could be.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Inoperable, but I thought put in... Dial a random number. Okay.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre?
The voice is female and sounds about 100 years old. No, this is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Yes, Pierre is dead. Oh no, who is Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man. But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
The woman moans and the phone lines howl in unison with her. No, I'm a police officer. I'm not a salesman. I was just calling a random number and you somehow ran with it.
This is because we are bred to be leaders. I can hear the common or mixed background from your voice.
Oh dear.
I just so wanted it to be Pierre. Have a pleasant evening, prankster.
Disconnect tone.
Okay, this seems like it might lead somewhere fun. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jay. I hope everything is going better for you now. I hope things have calmed down at least a little bit. And I'm glad to hear that you're able to come join us again.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling. Still someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity.
Gerard, what a douche name. Change it. Change your name. Is Electricity there? I need to speak with Electricity, please.
No, but I got a feeling Al Kick Your Ass is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again. Have a good one, asshole.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
Okay.
Calling, calling, calling. Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man.
Someone picks up. The voice on the other end is slightly hysterical.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Oh, God. We could all be a bit kinder to each other, don't you think? Consider your debt. Oh, no. You seem to be in some sort of trouble. Maybe I can help you. I'm a police officer.
The phone gets hanged up fast as lightning. All you hear is a little shuffle of nylon as the hand moves on the other end. Disconnect tone.
The lieutenant is ready to move. Okay, hang on. We need to redo that last one because... I want to see if we can actually have him reroute that delivery.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is up. Calling. Still someone.
Hello?
Hello, Gerard.
All right.
Technically speaking,
Gerard's a douchey name. Change it, idiot.
What are you, like 5?
A woman's voice shouts something in the background, and when Gerard speaks again, his voice is hushed.
Thanks for calling, asshole.
Phone hanging up.
I got Gerard scolded.
Disconnect tone.
Oh, it doesn't, Krypton?
Calling.
Oh, okay, Jay, gotcha. That's totally understandable. You gotta take care of yourself first. Especially if you're working that kind of schedule. You have to take some time to rest.
Calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight.
Yeah, we all need cash, Krypton. Slight change of plans. I want this delivered to the Whirling in Rags and Martinez.
Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys. Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
Oh, I'm sure.
Disconnect tone.
All right.
Calling.
I'm tired.
A man answers, fast this time. His voice is hoarse from cigarettes. You hear typing in the background.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
I'm tired. What are you tired of?
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
Did we just call Alan Wake?
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens.
Okay, dial a random number with your eyes closed. Oh, +1 from White Morning, okay.
You close your eyes and feel your finger move on the rotary dial. You start with 005. The area code for Revachel's zone of control, followed by 7 digits at random. The last one makes the silence turn into a ring. It's calling, still. Time keeps passing. In the distance, seagulls squawk. No one is home at this number. But the coin, it's still in there. You find yourself thinking, what were you trying to achieve by closing your eyes? Did you want your muscle memory to take over and call somewhere? Where? Home?
Interfacing. Okay, well, what we could do... We could put on our interfacing gloves.
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed.
Oh, still locked, huh? Okay. Hey, Flesh Person, welcome! Gotcha, Jay, gotcha. Well, I'm glad you were able to make a little bit of progress. Yeah, Krypton, I thought we might get away with it just from stat boosts from equipment, but
There's a tone.
I guess not.
Calling.
Hello?
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electric.
What are you?
Phone disconnect tone. Calling.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
We could all be a bit kinder to each other, don't you think? Consider your debt paid, my friend.
My debt? I don't fucking owe you. It's... Who is... never mind. I don't have time for this.
He does not seem to be overly thankful of your kindness as he hangs up. Disconnect tone.
I guess not.
Calling. Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Is there anything I can help you with? I'm with the police.
There is nothing.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary seems like
okay.
it did not.
All right, hang on. One thing at a time here. Let's save. Then let's put the gloves back on. Wherever they are. I have anything else that increases interfacing? No. But maybe this will be enough.
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed. You close.
Are you serious? 83% chance to succeed? And we still fail. I probably should have equipped the gloves before I saved.
There's still some unused change.
But how many tries could it take? We have...
for a number to be dialed.
There.
You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down on the number. Then move one up. And repeat the motion. Twice. Strange. This is not how you started before.
Keep dialing.
414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air.
Devilish, that's the same problem.
1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling.
There's more?
Yes. 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks.
Finish it.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection.
That's true, Monotone. Oh god, what have we got here?
An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones. Calling, calling in the night. The saddest sound in the world. Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy.
There's a volition check here? Are you serious? Why? Kim?
The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows.
Let it call more.
Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
You sound sleepy. Hello. She hums, her voice warm from sleep.
Who is this?
Your voice is so beautiful.
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you.
Oh, it's his ex-wife. Who is this?
Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was meant for you, to make it possible to live. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle.
Ah, she found somebody else.
Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing.
Don't react. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise. I'm a revolutionary servant of humanity. I will free mankind and abolish the classes. I will raise the dead. Okay. Goodbye.
A sigh. She heard you, but she does not hang up. And neither do you. You can't.
Oh, for God's sake. I have to say this asinine drunk nonsense.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
I'm not drunk or high, I'm just hurt. Why does it hurt to talk to you?
Oh, God.
Are you there?
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here.
Sounds like she's looking for a clock on the nightstand.
It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
I am the law. I'm a detective. I'm doing a case. There's a hanged... Oh, no. Do you want a party? I want to talk about me. Who am I? You sound like you know me. Where are you? You sound like you're in another world.
I'm in Morova, sleeping.
Where are you going in 2 hours?
To work.
Sorry.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
Who am I? You sound like you know me.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
I am just injuring myself here. I'd probably better hang up.
Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear with evil sadness.
Oh no.
Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear.
Is someone there with you?
Evil sadness.
Yes.
This is awful. Oh my God. I'm doing a case. There's a hanged guy.
She does not answer anymore.
I'm gonna solve it.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Dial the long phone number again. Oh God, no, please. Yeah, imagine that. It looks like now we have to snoof some nose drugs to get our morale back up. Huh? Buzz, hum, the electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket?
It could have been multiple seagulls.
The lieutenant sighs. A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it.
Really? Filthy jacket. This filthy thing has been at the mercy of the elements for quite some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and shamefully stiff from God knows what natural processes. You can't even tell what brand it is, but I bet it has treasure in it. What has it got in its pockets?
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Okay, cool. Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Ew, flick your hands.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. As you hold it in your hands, it makes up there is no why.
Where was the last... Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that seems like something better left alone. What have we here? Have no idea what that is. A makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. The tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. A coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. Mega Beano's prescription glasses? +2 encyclopedia. Why the hell do all the glasses decrease perception? That's the opposite of what glasses are supposed to do. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Oh, okay. Interesting, nobleman. It can be washed, huh? Well then. Alright, chat. Fair point about Harry not needing glasses. Suppose that does stand to reason. Maybe we just need to find his prescription. A big wine canister. It's open and empty. Huh?
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Isn't it just rotting fish?
Don't be naive.
What is it then?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Careful there, these floorboards look rotten and weak. Moonshine, probably. Smells like tasty fermentation.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Okay, this guy drank himself to death, I guess.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Ah!
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
Search his pockets.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold, to your touch.
Sure is a good thing I'm still wearing those gloves.
This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
It's hard to say.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Okay. Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum, too?
Yeah, Fearless J, the country in which this game is set is, I guess, supposed to be an alternate universe, post sort of Cold War or mid-Cold War era France.
Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Yikes. Okay, what about the floorboards?
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this guy?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south, the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Damn right. He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him, dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse.
Well, at least you're not married.
Lieutenant points at the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and gray. Oh, jeez.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Looks like one of the locals. But that's...
This is an omen. A sign from
Maybe
above.
it's premature to label him as an alcoholic.
We do know that he was married.
Lieutenant points at the ring on the man's hand.
But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is
what
that
do you
he's
think
an
happened?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Thanks, Freud. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Fair enough.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
What about the field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
It would, but isn't it kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
Okay, this seems like an entirely separate tack. We found him, we probably should finish it.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
This coin-op viewer has been out of order for years. Yeah, Krypton, in terms of art direction, this game really does a very good job. I just wish that it were a little bit more stable on console. I mean, obviously they're working on that, but... I feel like maybe it would have been nice to give it a little bit more time in the oven before releasing it. Whoa, what the... Bars cover these long, dusty windows. This must be the supply depot. What have we here?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know...
He takes his glasses off.
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Yikes.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Can you still shoot, though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Huh. This looks like an opportunity to save. What have we here?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles. Field Electrical. Research and Development.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Khan Hailostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
He knows Kim?
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext? I thought that was on the internet.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Oh, this appears to actually be some sort of cultural reference or allegory or something for the real-life internet. What was that about the windows?
Oh, yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Oh, okay, maybe he is literally talking about the internet. You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
This guy sounds like an alright dad, but also kind of suspicious person. I wonder if maybe he would have the information we need in order to get the equipment in the old game dev studio working.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Ah.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Research and development, I'm guessing he means.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Wow, nobody does any research or development anymore?
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Look at the building.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Yeah, Krypton, I'm not gonna just go around begging for... I mean, we already got the money from the guy in the shipping crate. That's plenty. We've got a decent amount of money now. Hopefully it'll be enough. I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket. I know why this guy's so familiar. He looks like Mads Mikkelsen in Death Stranding. Look at him. Is it just my imagination? I don't think it is.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was the ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Oh, like the one that I found in the dev lab.
Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying Feld built the boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
I mean, wouldn't most of us?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
So it seems. What happened to all the company folks?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Ah, yes, they probably all got killed horribly during the occupation.
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
He means they all died at the hands of the communists. No, we can't do that to this poor kid. Tape computers, right.
Tape computers.
He nods, winds touching his suit jacket. What do the revolutionaries do with these advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
Okay.
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
Maybe I'll check it out when I go cross-reference that library card.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
Hey, don't begrudge the kid his hobbies.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How did those tape computers work? Did they really work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
Krypton, considering most of the people here seem to be French, my guess is France. Not only that, but all the names of the places and many of the people are French. But I think the country that they call Königstein could very easily be an analog to Germany.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
What?
It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
The what center?
Wait, did he just say Humpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Oh good, I'm glad it's not just me. Thanks, reaction speed.
He did it. He said Humpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Humpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Yost?
Yeah, about that.
The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Come on, there is no place called the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center of Arts.
Actually, I think there is. No, it's too much. He's joking.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
No, nobleman, this is not a German accent. This sounds more Dutch. More maybe like a mixture of a Dutch and maybe a British accent? No, not yet, Scarlet Ash. Fortunately, after I put the kibosh on that the first time, the protagonist's lower digestive system has seen fit not to bring it up again.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
I think I see what you're saying, Krypton. I just don't see the Germany here. I originally, when I first started playing this, I thought maybe it was meant to be somewhere in Eastern Europe, but I'm getting serious France vibes.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
What was that?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the felt playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did they torch it? Yeah, Devilish, it's not like a full-on, he's a native speaker of Dutch and dabbles in English on the side accent. But I'm pretty sure I hear a little bit of Dutch in there.
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else?
That's all right, medic. Thanks for the information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Whatever indeed.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Huh.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Ooh, money! Another power box. It charges nothing now. It's empty. What have we here? Ha! Yes. Okay, so it looks like there are a couple of things I'm going to have to open with this pry bar. The fence blocks the path. No way on from here. But clearly there is stuff over there. Wonder if we could get... Oh, wait a minute. We can pry this open. Ha! Devilish, it's amusing to hear you say that, but I guess I actually could kind of see it. Alright, well then let's see about prying open some of the... Okay, hang on. That looks like it leads further on. Before we do anything else, let's check this building out. I think this is supposed to be the church. Altar shrouded in dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Which probably means... Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Let's go on in and see if there's any treasure.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Rattle the doors.
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
Inspect the carpentry.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
If I run my hand over a beam, I'm probably going to get splintered. Well, I've got gloves on. Medic, maybe once the pandemic is over, you'll be able to take the opportunity.
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The carving on the doors remain unchanged. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow.
Okay, what about the sticker?
You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
Yep, I can picture that.
There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
Have you seen this symbol before, Kim?
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
What is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Okay. It is very modern. Does the cheery guy not know he's dead, or does the dead guy not care that he is? What's the source of the irony here?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Try to peel off the sticker without ripping it. Okay, let's inspect the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least.
It sure is, Medic. I'm guessing either the pry bar or the wire cutters are going to get us in here.
Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
This is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting.
Apply some official force to the padlock.
If you really think we should get in there, we need to find some other way.
Shouldn't we start with the kick drum coming from the ice?
Yes, the pulsing base. An indication of junior delinquency.
Okay. We are actually going to enter the church first. However...
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height. The padlock passes through. Should you want to... This cheap look, it'll be easier to break this. You see a yellow... There is something blindingly modern about... It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here. This cheap-looking padlock it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that stick, there's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry where it belongs. Put the sticker on your ledger right on the cover. Yeah, because that looks professional. We'll put it after the last entry.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Mr. Prybar does seem very helpful, medic.
Heavy.
Let's put him to use.
The padlock passes through a state. Should you want to get through, it...
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Physical instrument, huh? Alright, Kim doesn't want to wreck the building. Oh, we can just go under here. I'm holding it already. Moo experience. Although I should probably unequip the flashlight. What the? Oh, hang on. Let me unequip the flashlight. There's no need for this. Must have taken a lot of patience to do this. Yeah,
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
She looks up at you, distracted.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
Oh, I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
I do have a hat on. I should and I do point at your hat.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
It's nice. You should wear one too if you plan on staying outside in this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Tries to think of something to say. Regain authority in her eyes. That kind of language really necessary.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
There's a pained expression on her face. She'll answer your questions now. This poor girl, yeah, I don't think passing that authority check is going to be helpful to my relationship with her. What's your name?
Estelle.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Sell who? I'm not a young suitor. This is official police business.
Okay, it's Burger.
A very common name.
What's that device?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
What are you doing using a contact microphone to listen to the ice?
Recording, I guess.
Ah, what?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
Oh, what for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
What, like drugs?
Everything checks out, sire.
What are these recordings for? The cracks? The footsteps?
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Aha! Not to me. I am familiar with this sort of sampling.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
Hun, you should think about streaming on Twitch.
Take this, your call.
Lieutenant begins to take off his jacket.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Lieutenant backs up. He throws you a glance. Give her your hat. Yeah, you need this more than I do.
Thanks.
She puts it on. It's a bit large for her. Oh, you know what? I should have put on the bum hat. You said it's supposed to be music. What is this?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Elysium or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Elysium, that's for sure.
Boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
What sort of stuff?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Why not leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Empathy. The tape recorder lies on the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it. Wait a minute. She didn't even put on the hat that we gave her.
Okay. Bye.
Did we get an autosave here? No, we didn't. Alright, well, I'm not sure I'm ready to give up that detective hat. But I know that we do have another hat we can give her. That I think probably will keep her a little bit warmer and also suit her a little bit better.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice.
Oh, I could, Kaiser Mario, yeah. Oh, okay, we checked that out already. I appreciate your appetite for dialogue, Kaiser Mario. I mean, granted, that's one of the things that this game is built around, and that I must say it does fantastically well. There are just certain dialogue options that I'm trying to avoid choosing for fear of potential repercussions, because sometimes there are repercussions to choosing certain dialogue options in this game.
A shaggy-looking girl.
Oh.
It's cold out here, but
Huh?
maybe she didn't hear.
So should you. Oh. I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat. I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off. A set.
Her hair is dyed blonde.
Okay.
A very common name.
This, actually just one wire.
Okay,
Clicked on it till
what's
the
a
braiding
contact
came
mic?
loose. The wire, a contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Oh, fail her authority check? Is there a purpose to that, nobleman?
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Any news on my wife's name? How about my mother?
No.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Well, we've already learned his wife's name. Oh, it's really funny? Okay. Does this have anything to do with Contact Mike?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
I mean the boxer Contact Mike.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
Contact Mike just doesn't just beat people up. Contact Mike is a role model. Amazing.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Right, where did you get the mic?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
What's that?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Sounds like a place for congregating homosexuals? Jeez! On top of all the other scumbag ideologies that you can embrace in this game, now they're... Oh, man. Who is this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum-going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
Oh no, now we're stuck. I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock in the form of a wrecked tape player and a completely trashed hostel room. Wow, I don't think she's gonna find that cool, but I don't think she's gonna find any of these options cool.
That's cool.
She breathes on her fingers. Looks like she doesn't know what to say. Never mind. Let's talk about that contact mic.
Sure.
I had some non-mic related questions for you.
Okay. A cell. Okay, it's...
A very common name.
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. My boy... I don't know.
Everything checks.
The musicians in... Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. I don't really...
She looks at the...
No, man.
It's okay.
Okay, now we'll give her our hat.
Thanks.
It's a bit large for her. Oh, okay. Said this is supposed to be a music place.
That? The boys think... Yeah.
And why is that?
They got too... Music stuff, that stuff is more expensive than I am. Go ahead.
Legendary empathy check? The tape recorder lies on the ice. Pick it up. Tell me more about this music place.
It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
Asherite, I'm just expressing surprise that they went as far as they did with it. It's like every turn, the game is going, hey, do you want to be a fascist? Hey, do you want to be anti-gay? It's a bold development choice. He looks at the old wooden church up on the poles. A mean wind comes bellowing in. The 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. 6-story? Didn't look that big.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here.
No, clearly not.
Not in a million years.
Yeah, Kaiser Mario. Sad how easy it is. What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Okay, she's talking about anodes and cathodes. Cool. Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
Well, Asherite, if you read any of the literature on this game, I personally thought that I might get around to streaming it sometime, so I deliberately went out of my way to stay as clean on it as possible. I mean, obviously, there were certain things I couldn't avoid hearing about it. I knew that it was very dialogue-heavy, and I knew that some of that dialogue did push conventional boundaries, but... on the one hand, I don't tend to personally get very bent out of shape when games do this. Depending upon how, you know, tastefully it's done, if you could even call it tasteful that it's included. But you know what I mean, how, I guess, tactful, and maybe how objectively it's presented. I just, like I said, I find it a very bold development choice that they were willing to go that far. But those things exist in the real world, whatever you might think of them, and the fact that the developers were willing to portray a really very ugly and unfortunately very realistic side of the environment that the game is set in, I don't know, it's not something you see a lot, and again, it's an interesting choice. So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it.
Why, 'cause of a padlock?
Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Yeah, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Okay, I'll talk to him.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Nobleman, you're talking about the check where the woman in the yellow raincoat's standing on the balcony inside the hostel, and you're given the option to go up to her and say something like, to try to flash the expression at her and try to seduce her or something? Did you put the padlock on the church door?
No.
Oh?
Not really, no.
Not really.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
So this isn't yours?
It's Noid's.
Wait, is this Noid a friend of yours?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Why did this Noid person put a padlock on the church door?
To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about him, he'll tell ya.
Oh God, nobleman, wow! I don't think I came across that option. I certainly don't remember it, and I would think that I would if I had seen it. Wow, Bread Assassin. Jeez. Alright, enough about the church then.
Go ahead. Okay, bye.
Let me put on some clothing that gives me empathy. Oh, of course he did, Kaiser Mario. Of course he did. I am not the least bit surprised to hear that. Do I even have anything that gives empathy? No. Whoops. No, I don't want to go to the main menu. I want to save. Pat wasn't given a choice in the matter? Oh, yeah, his chat probably... Yeah, I think I can see what happened there.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit there on the ice feeling miserable at your age or any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent.
Oh, okay, Mario. Somehow that sounds like it fits him even better. Okay, Jay, enjoy your food.
It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
Her teeth rattle. She takes the device from you and places it in her lap.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Oh, that's sweet of her. Eating me? There's, nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there's something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
The plight of the working class. There we go again. More communism. Everyone's just mooching off the entrepreneurial class. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the... All of these options are terrible. And we're not even allowed to tell her We went joyriding in our police cruiser and crashed it into the ocean, and our wife left us. Yeah, trying to tell Pat not to do something like that is an exercise in futility. That boy is magnetically attracted. Somebody else came in here and told me that he shot Kuno S. after punching Kuno.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress?
Yeah, pretty sure. Really would be nice if we could get together and make things better a little bit faster. He shot the body down successfully? Kazamario, I thought that shooting Kuno S led to a fail state and that he had to restart. And that after that point, he ended up going with what you described.
Sure.
I guess that's it for now. Oh, and we get an autosave. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids. A pole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. Trash from some unending party. Huh? This is someone's home away from home, just like yours.
A pane of eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up.
Ah, interesting, Kaiser Mario. I know he's played the game more than once, so maybe it was on a prior playthrough. That's just something that I guess people who were there watching it in his chat or something, or who maybe watched it on YouTube, mentioned to me.
Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Okay.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Great. All right, let's go give these juvenile delinquents what for. What are you doing in here, you damn kids?
Just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Squeeze in.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
You and me both, Kim.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
He gestures for you to squeeze in. Oh, God. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Oh, I hope nobody lights a match in here. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. Pile of nasal sprays, brand name Nosafed Ultra. Wild, I want to see. Where's the child I used to be? Speaker, the big kind they use for live music. There is absolutely room for the girl in here, too. Come on.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair, holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets,
Hardcore!
Yeah.
Hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really?
Yeah!
Yeah, I better ingratiate myself with these fellow children.
Lakierski Materialski!
could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
No.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore.
Is it?
It's hardcore!
Just gonna keep saying it's hardcore, yeah?
Skibbity, skibba danger. I am the rearranger.
Okay, I see what these guys are all about now.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
Tape player high above his head continues to blast what is probably anodic music.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
This guy right here, Egghead, I know his type very well. This is the kind of guy that you run into at German electro music festivals.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty bad.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Oh, all right. Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
He angrily spits on a screw, then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Strike that! The world!
This guy right here, man.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's really so bad about these dopeheads and burnouts?
They're spooky.
What do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
Yes, that much is true.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place as bad
bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'm pretty sure they also didn't intend their property to be a dance club. I mean... I guess. Tell me more.
All right, man.
He claps his hands enthusiastically. Help ravers start a nightclub.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Estelle told me Noid put the padlock on the door. Why?
Oh, so you met her. Good, good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There's concern in his voice.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in a hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Okay, I need the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Be the cool cop. Catch the key as it flies towards you.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Catch it!
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Thanks, man. Let's play it cool.
The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Yeah. How long have these people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Aha. Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What?
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just pretend I understand.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
I get by. Now where was I with that
He
padlock?
nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
Okay.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them and you want the police involved?
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
Uh-huh.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Yeah, Alasso, that's true. I know quite a few people like that as well. I was one of them for part of my life.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. but that's kinda it.
Okay, what was that about something watching you?
Like, you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
A crab man.
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
Hmm.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Bone Score, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
No, Fearless J, they can't. We're talking about some sort of humanoid horror movie monster that walks like a crab and climbs on ceilings. Ambush behavior, nod, crab man.
Crab man!
No!
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
Okay.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building.
Well enough, thank you, Bone Score. A little bit tired. How about yourself? How are you holding up?
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Well, we should still learn as much as we can. What's this about the machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
Okay, so how can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
Wow.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
You can't, but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
He makes little quotation marks with his fingers when he says technology. Oh, good old air quotes, huh? I'm glad you're well, Bone Score. Yeah, for me, it's already been a long day. And if I were sensible, I'd probably be in bed by now, but me and sensibility, we don't really hang out much anymore.
Sure. What?
What's the deal with Egghead? I want to talk to him.
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
What's that?
You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans. He's a performer, gets the people going.
How do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
And you two are friends. Have you ever really talked to him?
Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
Okay.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Okay. You mentioned some kind of ecclesiastes own the church. Who are they?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Mask it. Now humor me, Andre. What is the founding party? Okay.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And?
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system, no?
Okay. In your opinion, would this ancient religious organization who anoint the innocents want a club for anotic music in one of their churches?
Totally.
There isn't a trace of doubt in his voice. Oh, man.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance!
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it. Man, this guy...
Love is hardcore!
Unity! Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the bass, as if testing the waters.
I guess love can be pretty hardcore. I mean, yes.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Alright. Alright. It was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Anotic music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian I mean, do I have to make a decision here? I hope this isn't a decision.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
Friend forms a fist with a screwdriver still in his hand, approvingly so.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
Okay.
You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Maybe. I had to ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
So you brought your own water?
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled, too.
Oh.
Doesn't know what to say.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
What's with all this Nosafed?
The what now?
Point at the bottles of nasal spray. The Nosafed Ultra, you've got a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra. I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe.
Yeah, you sound fine to me.
Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Okay, cool. Next.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Convinced you're a smart... Oh, okay. Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze.
As always, we'll be...
Alright, well... I didn't realize that I was accepting a penalty. So it looks like we're going to just have to compensate for that. Yeah, Jay, it's a fascinating game to play as well.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Well.
Alright, let's see if we can't... I tell you what, the music is getting to be a little bit grating. I never was fond of this kind of music to begin with, and after about 10 minutes of listening to it, it really starts to wear out its welcome.
Hi again. So,
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned.
Very lucky roll there, Moo, yeah.
Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
but you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees that I'm a disgrace to the uniform. Actually, I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Yefreitor. I could have been a captain, imagine that.
What happened?
Egghead looks serious suddenly. Disco happened? Life tore me a new asshole? I did, I happened to myself. Okay. I, myself, have no idea where this is going.
That's a real downer.
He shakes his large head. Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
This isn't the makings of a club, it's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
Points at the speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where is his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker, you only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
That Nosafed is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
Yup. Distilled water is the cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution? Against the law.
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
You tell me what's really going on and we'll work from there. I can be lenient.
What do you mean by lenient?
Not calling back up and hauling you all off to the pen, for starters. Oh god, I'm the dirtiest cop this side of the river. I'll make life hard for you, using every connection I've got. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, Undead Medic. I remember that. Well, what do I want to do with these guys? Yeah, not calling back up and hauling you off to the pen, I think, is probably the most reasonable option.
Okay, man, okay.
He raises his hands.
Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal. Because we do! We totally do! We just need to turn it into a speed lab before.
Oh! That sounds perfectly reasonable. Said no one.
To get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Yeah, Mel, the bigger picture is beginning to come together here, methinks. Yeah, Maids for Life, it's unfortunate for the people who genuinely used it for allergy relief. But there's always somebody who's out there to abuse it and make it into something much more dangerous. They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
I mean, as any reasonable person would. Well, Jay, you have to remember who these guys are. These are, God, they remind me of, like, 1960s British hippies. I mean, I guess in essence that probably is basically what they are.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
Pack up and report to Precinct 41. Arrest them. Give me your cash. Wow. Wouldn't work without the lab. Do what you have to. No. Oh, man. Well, look. Finally, I see an option that I actually like here. I mean, they are kind of squatting, and as an officer of the law, I would be encouraging them to occupy property that they don't own. But I also don't want to kill the idea of a nightclub, because that itself... Nobleman, I happen to agree with you on the music taste, but if we can get these idiot kids to do something constructive without setting up a speed lab, I think that's probably... Well, Kaiser Mario, that's the thing, is there are already bums in there squatting anyway. I could either let the bums in there stay there, or turn it into something that might actually help keep kids off the streets. So, I say we do this clean. No speed lab, just a club.
Yeah!
The young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions, his teeth beam in the floodlight.
I knew it.
The would-be leader drops his spiked head between his knees.
It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
So there was never going to be a club?
There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves, and I can't. We are running out of time.
You know what? I think I just gained a little bit of respect for Egghead.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
You know, that was beautiful, Egghead. Alright, you can consider me on board with this. Egghead really is hardcore. But I think he's a good dude.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs.
Good.
We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
I think as long as these guys have Egghead keeping their moral compass working, things should turn out alright.
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Alright, well...
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Yeah, you know what? That's alright. I'm okay with that outcome. Yeah, I kind of do too, Jay. Once we got to know him a little bit better, and we saw what he was all about, it looks like Egghead is the realest and most earnest of the three of these guys. Yeah, Medic, he clearly is. And I respect that side of the hardcore scene. I've met guys like that, you know? I'm not a big music festival guy, but I have friends who are into it. And I've accompanied them on occasion, obviously pre-pandemic, to some events, you know, that stuff that I never would have gone to on my own, but that they invited me to, and I went because they were my friends, and I wanted to just support them a little bit, and, you know, it was my way of showing that I cared and was interested in spending some time with them. And at those events, that's how I came in contact with people like Egghead. And, you know, those guys are all right. I would never choose their way of life, but I certainly respect it. Yeah, Jay, the writing in this game really is top-notch. Both the silly and the serious stuff. Well, alright. I think we've got all our normal clothes back on. So, off we go. Oh, Mel, you're not gonna boil him or stick him in a stew? Yeah, Medic, you do tend to see people who've reformed, and I've got a lot of respect for the people who are willing to, you know, to go through that process to get their shit together. Alright, Estelle, what can you tell me about Crabman?
Girl kneels on the...
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us?
I'll help
With
you.
the church, I mean. Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this?
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
The lieutenant looks at the ocean, squinting his eyes.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, She merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I don't care, I'm loco. I just wanted you to know about that. Oh god. It's the same thing.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Do what you will with your dance club plans, just no drug labs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
She's alright too, I like her. The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, Crabman, than the others.
Yeah, she and Egghead are clearly the smart ones in this crew. We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe.
Uh-huh.
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Okay, tell Officer Harry more.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
Come on, quit stalling on me. What did he look like?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
Uh-huh.
A crab and a banger?
The lieutenant raises an eyebrow.
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
Okay, I do believe you.
Why?
What'd you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
I'd like to know more about those 3 guys in the tent.
My associates. I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
What about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
What? I've never heard that expression before. I guess we'll talk about this later.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Alright. In that case... We've got the keys. We don't need to pry the padlock off. We do, however, probably need a flashlight. Trying his best anyway, Kaiser Mario.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city.
I really hope this doesn't turn out to be like those Infocom text adventures where if you go in the wrong door, you just instantly enter a fail state. Whoa. Oh, God. Strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional. Some long-forgotten style. This grotesque wooden figure looks half-finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. This blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. Bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, it seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual.
Well, the acoustics in here probably would be great for a rave room.
You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Stomp your feet and clap your hands.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Yell as loud as you can?
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Oh, I think I see what's happening. The walls of this place are sound dampening.
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
I mean, they are supposed to be quiet places.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
Whatever it is, it's definitely real. Something odd is happening around us.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
Look up into the bell tower.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Try to see beyond the shadows. Bah!
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
All right, hang on a minute. I feel like that's something I should probably try to pass. Convince Kim goes surreal. Right. I don't know, he might buy it.
Heavy. The lock has a great whoosh in the...
I probably should have saved while we were in here. Although if it's taking this long for the game to load the area, then I don't know if reloading inside the building is going to be any faster. Alright, well first, what's this? 2 decks of reel-to-reel tapes spinning on empty. Portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. possible it's recording something?
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
He seems cautious around the machine.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Yes, but this machine looks like the one in the Doom commercial area.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
Inspects the machine's framework, careful not to touch anything.
A quaint little box of radio waves.
Alright.
A machine The lieutenant doesn't say anything.
Okay, we can come back to that, it looks like. Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
No. Leave me alone, woman? Wow.
Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you, as if under a microscope.
I am not your bug.
As that bitter thought passes through your head, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder with 3 fingers.
I better make the same gesture to impress Kim.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. When it's done, you're still standing in the apricot-colored light of the window. The woman smiles her distant smile, unmoved, struck in half by the crack in the glass.
How did I know this is the mother of humanism? More importantly, can we retry these checks?
Of humanism.
Yes, we can.
The mother of humanism stands. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
What is an innocence? I've heard of the system.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
Ruler?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time.
You can, Kaiser Mario. There are also different ideologies that you can either embrace or reject. The opportunities to do so present themselves to you depending upon the dialogue options that you choose. And also, I believe, to some extent, your skill distribution.
An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Sounds to me more like a demagogue. Or just a tyrant.
No, we are alone.
When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-esolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Shut up, necktie! What else? Was she smart? Oh, where is this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Oh, Dora, the ex-wife, probably was...
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
No, you must know.
Yes, we must know.
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
I wonder why that might have been. Apart from all of her, virtues.
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean era.
Ah, the DeLorean era. Is that where we get in a car and go back in time?
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
Aha!
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt.
Okay.
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supramawindi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
I'm not sure I believe it either. Zaz? Her crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit, in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress, on an emptied-out plaza, with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
I guess she probably looked pretty impressive.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her, A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Servicemen.
Then what?
One of the men in this Secret Service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
Man, that feeling when you can't even trust your own bodyguards.
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
As is usually the case, and rightfully so if you ask me, was there something terrifying about her? Although I believe we've just learned what that is.
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
No? Was there something bad about her? I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her Theriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
Ah, now it's starting to make a little more sense.
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
Aha!
Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity.
Well, that's a fairly common tactic, all things considered. Dehumanize your opponents and make it semantically easier for your people to accept the idea of slaughtering other humans.
She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
She was starting to sound like a dictator from the very beginning when she was first mentioned to us. Foxboxization. Also, may I just say, that is a fantastic username. I really like that username.
This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
The lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
She's somehow connected to the case. War criminal! I don't know. I don't think we have any reason to suspect that she's connected to the case. I also am not terribly keen on most of these dialogue choices. She's not human.
Okay.
Then after, he takes his glasses off to clean them, then after a while he says...
This church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
This is Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew of the place?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Ravachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
Yeah, Foxbox, that option seemed a little bit too obvious.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
Option number 2. Okie dokie! It's a me, Mario! What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Lesetsa, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Clearly something else. That's kind of what I was thinking, Medic. This is a woman who clearly kept her distance from her people and clearly had some kind of cult of personality surrounding her. And it seems as though her portrayal of herself, as well as others' portrayal of her, was almost... well, I mean, it was religious. That's very explicit. Is that Lautrec on the... Oh, yeah, I kind of see the resemblance on the helmet on Dead Medic, but no Shotel or parrying dagger.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces.
Ah.
The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Who conducted this raid?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I guess I could have been here.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Are you a follower of DeLoreanism, Kim?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I wonder that too, Moo. We haven't found any information on any of the other ones besides her. Hey, Nowhere to Hide, welcome. I'm actually not that much farther in than you are, Nowhere. I'm on day 3. And there's been so much plot development in so many different directions that are and are not related to the case that I feel like I'm beginning to drown in all of it. I didn't think you were spiritual, Kim.
It's not spiritual. It's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Huh. Well, I don't trust autosave on this, so we are going to... Oh, I do too, Undead Medic. The fact that they didn't develop a combat system for this game seems to have enabled them to...
Hey, Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Yeah?
You have the Headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long-dead historical figure.
Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one.
Yes, General Vey, it is. Yeah, Medic, the lore is probably the single biggest draw of the game. Oh god, I don't know if... Do I want to give this figurine up? I'm not sure I like where this is going. That's a good point, Moo Experience. I suppose I could. The question is, are there going to be consequences for that? Well, televised revolting, that depends on what we're talking about. I get the impression we're not referring to Dolores Day here. I think we're referring to winning back Harry's ex-wife. I mean, alright.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Offer figurines to Dolores Day. No, nowhere to hide. He was looking so scruffy, we needed to do something about it. And yeah, I suppose I could, Foxbox. I did just save. The consequences are if you only internal... Well, I guess that, yeah. I don't know how far we're even going to get with this because I rejected the centrist ideology. Yeah, General Vey, the gameplay in general, such as it is, I mean, if you call it gameplay... Because I suppose, debatably... I don't want it... The gameplay is an interesting departure from the way that most games handle this. Oh, we still have this. Figurine set. Interesting. Oh, and now that we have the paintbrush and the paint can, or we could, or the gas can, rather, we could probably... We could probably go paint that wall. That's true, Kaiser, it does.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Oppress the sharp.
Alright, let's see if we can reconstruct this glass window. Oh, that's what happens if you fail that check nowhere? You get a heart attack? Yikes. I ended up just re-rolling until I got it. Actually, we might have a way of increasing visual calculus here. Yes, +1 visual calculus.
of humanism stands above you.
Oh, 1 point
precious
really
and
makes a
complex
significant
wax
difference.
painting. On a single page, a jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a light motif below them both.
Interesting. Hey, Jalapeno, Chopin, welcome! No, General Vey, I did not know that. That is fascinating. What shattered this mosaic? And, well, more importantly, who's the older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator.
Oh, right.
She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole.
Oh, really? A Reichsapfel, huh? Very, very interesting.
Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
Yes, I don't doubt that it did. What broke it?
Unknown.
Oh. Okay.
Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break.
The motto, what does it say?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
This thing, Kaiser Mario. It's a fairly common device in, royal traditions. Here. It's basically an orb. It's one of the 3 pieces of imperial regalia that you tend to see in the hands of monarchs throughout Europe, but also, in fact, in Asia. I believe in Japan, one of the Japanese imperial regalia is an orb. But typically, it's an orb with some sort of either religious imagery or other sort of symbolic imagery on it. The one in the link I just showed you has a cross. Japan's orb, I believe, does not, because they're not a Christian country. Usually the 3 pieces of regalia are a crown, a scepter, and an orb. At least in Western countries, commonly they are. Wherever Christianity is a prominent force in the monarchy, basically. I have found his name, General Vey, yes. And, yeah, I did end up getting the sorry cop, but right now I think I'm a normal cop. Like the boring cop.
And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
The new world, huh?
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Huh. Lieutenant, this used to say...
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again.
Yeah, Moo. I eventually came to the conclusion that Kim is a bro, and I don't want to antagonize him. Because he's bailed me out of the fire more than once already, and He seems like an alright guy, so I do want to try to take care of him.
This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why not?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
When is it not? What's our motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like this, puts the fear of God back in the... I'm not sure what that word might be, but they probably censored it for a reason. Yeah, Kaiser Mario, it's called a Reichsäpfel in German. He did, Bread Assassin, and then of course I get to the third day and I find a boat that I can sleep in, and a free room that, that a woman is willing to just let me stay in. So I spent all that money for nothing, and Kim even sold his rims so that I didn't have to sleep on the street. Certainly not very feminine. Cool.
Eyes cool.
The lieutenant nods. All right.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass.
Looks like I can't give
Nothing
this
has
figurine to
changed
her?
in her expression.
All right, hang on. First things first.
The mother. Why?
Because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Like what? Is the task still on?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
It's pretty hard, medic. All right, what do we have here? That looks like shoes. Oh, it's money. Mesk Banger's red shoes? Oh, brogues. These dapper snakeskin shoes have an almost invisible white-on-white flower motif sewn on the tongue. The toe caps are still dusty from lying in the church. Empathy? Oh, in someone else's shoes. Amazing. I mean, if we were to put on the brown slacks... We honestly don't cut half a bad figure here. Not sure I'm terribly hot about the shoes, but... Kaiser Mario, knowing the intentions of the writers behind this game, I suspect that's probably no accident. They do look like disco shoes made. They look very much like disco shoes. A spider has spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. Alright, hang on, because I think we're about to get that check now. Yes.
The silence. Maybe if you were to stand in just the... And then, it seems that you can hardly hear your voice. You produce a few... The lieutenant...
Can you hear him? I wonder why the church was built...
His detached tone conceals how... The lieutenant doesn't reply. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become big.
Yes! Alright, what do we see up in the bell tower?
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
Follow the shadow's movements.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Lieutenant follows your gaze, attempting to see whatever it is that you're seeing.
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
On the ceiling?
Yes. The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
Blink. Uh-oh.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
Oh no.
Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Oh dear. We'd better save.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The crab man.
Hey, who's there?
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze.
Tiago?
Speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
What?
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamro. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Riverdale.
I will admit, I did not really have a very clear picture in my mind of what I was expecting from this guy. But that sure as hell was not it. The right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Yes, there is a lot that I would like to know from this guy.
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
Nowhere to hide. I think the only problem with, well, or the biggest problem anyway, with making a movie out of this game is the director would have to pick a story path for the protagonist. I think that the story this game tells, or the permutations of the story that this game tells, really would not work very well as a movie. I feel like the medium of gaming is really necessary to express everything that they wanted to achieve with this. I just don't think that something you sit down and watch from start to finish with no input or interaction can do that justice. Hey, Azrael, welcome!
Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
I guess nowhere to hide, but that would be a pretty complex thing to do. I feel like the choose-your-own-adventure paradigm works better as a book than a movie. Oh, hell no, run away. Amazing. Yeah, I guess I have a little bit of a problem, and it's been getting out of hand lately, but...
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it.
Oh, I'm very much in touch with my suffering.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
Okay.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
That was the plan from the very beginning, Kim. Yeah, nowhere to hide, or the choose-your-own-adventure books I used to read in elementary school would be formatted so that you'd get to the bottom of a page, and then you'd be presented with 2 or 3 or 4 different options that said, if you do this, turn to page 27. If you do this, turn to page 53. That sort of thing. For some reason, I feel like you might have a point.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
His voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
He sways gently on the beams, waiting for you to take all of it in.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways.
You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Sorry, you just weren't moving like a human.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
Yeah, that may be.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Yeah, wait, did you carve all of those?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
These seem a tad derivative. You're promoting the objectification of women with your reactionary depiction of female bodies. Wow. I mean, you've got some nice curves going there? I mean, I don't want to be this much of a square. Okay. But I don't want to insult his, Yeah, they all look half-finished.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
Okay, what were you before you became a crab man and a woodcarver? Yes, I did, Kaiser Mario.
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
You know, I lost my memory too, but I like it. It's like I get to create a whole new me, start again from scratch.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
My name's Harry. Extend your hand for a greeting.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
He ignores your hand, his limbs a mere shadow below the ceiling. Well, what exactly are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it, for purposes of veneration.
He nods toward the ceiling.
I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
This mother of silence, do you mean her? Point to the window.
No. There's a new god in town. And she can be painted or sculpted because she has no limb or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
Okay, and what will happen when you drink from this perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
You sure you didn't just switch one drug for another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Tiago, good sir, faith is a drug in its own way, and I have seen where abuse of that drug can lead.
I heard that before, Way, and I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
Really? It's been 3 days. Actually, it can take a lot longer than that for certain drugs to completely be eliminated from the body. I think love might have been my drug of choice, and I think I'm still hungover from it.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
I might have been being insensitive. Sorry. Let's put this subject to bed.
No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
I still, however, do not understand what you're doing here.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
It doesn't really make sense for you to sing if she's a mother of silence, right? Well, maybe we all should sing a little bit more.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
How did you find this place?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
Are these your shoes?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Tiago.
These shoes look pretty dapper, actually.
They do.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
You know where the other spooker is? Point at the strange machines around you.
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Uh-huh.
Viejita is Grandma?
So there's another person living in the church, and it's a viejita?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Oh boy, that's real right there. And you don't know where she is.
That's what I said, Holmes.
Can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
You got nothing else to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who she is?
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Aha! Okay. Well, let's save before we, Yeah, she did, maids. We did get a lead from Estelle. I have a feeling it might be that girl with the sword.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Oh, okay, I see. So he's addicted to caffeine. You've been here for a long time. Did you see the police raid?
Something like that.
He responds, his voice suddenly flat.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Do they have a reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Okay, what do you think about the nightclub then?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go.
Okay, well, I don't know what he might be imbibing up there, but whatever it is, it sounds like some pretty hard stuff. I'm glad he's on board with them setting up a nightclub here, I guess. Yeah, Ash, I could never have predicted where this game was going to take us when I first sat down to play this. Vibin' is a good way to describe Tiago. Jay, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. He really is up there vibing in the church steeple.
Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Okay, well, very good, Tiago. Drink your school, don't do milk, stay in drugs. I don't think you'll have any problem with that last one. Cracked pane of glass, colorful. Came from the stained glass window, still has letters in it too. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. Oh, what's this? Ooh, a scarf. Best banger silk scarf. Now I can be the criminal. Pain threshold, bangers don't cry. Oh, you know what? I actually like this. This huge red scarf is still dusty from lying in the church. A subtle red-on-red embroidery embellishes it with cocky roosters and mesque floral motifs. Monotone. Yeah, Fearless Jay, it definitely has some elements of Night in the Woods, but that's mainly its focus on the dialogue and the story and the character development. Look at this. We've got these fancy shoes. You know, oh, the scarf doesn't show over the... Okay. Yeah, we still could use a few things to coordinate this a little bit better, but... all things considered, I do really like the scarf. This one gives pain threshold. We haven't really had to use pain threshold up to now. You'd never have done a drug if it were not for the DARE. Oh, Maids, are you one of those people who learned how to get drugs through the DARE program? Yeah, Medic, pretty much all they taught us when I was in high school and the DARE program was being taught to us was, hey, you kids, you should know what drugs are. This is what drugs are. This is what they do.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These Inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure.
Damn right.
You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
There are many reasons it was disbanded, Monotone. Maids. There's certainly that too, Foxbox. Dumb poses, Bread Assassin? I don't think they ever made us do that. Right, I think... Yeah, composure. For now. What have we here? A figure drawn in frost on the window, depicting a deer. Is this? Well, oh, okay, that's that. Okay, well, let's see about the data on this computer. That's more or less the way it was taught to us, Jay. Yeah, that's pretty much what they did.
A machine stands in. The lieutenant doesn't say anything. But
let's investigate it.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
Look inside the compartment.
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
Okay.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Yes, it says log.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
Lieutenant nods toward Tiago. This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. At Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Like the one in the Doom commercial area?
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Oh, okay, interesting. So this machine belonged to that company.
Saint-Brune, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, that's the Doom commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still
Okay, yeah, maybe the password here will work at
hey,
the other
wait.
machine.
There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Have you by any chance heard the viejita say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, Esse. You need it for something.
Yeah, it's for a first-degree murder investigation in Martinez.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
Thanks, homie.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
Huh.
I think we're done here, Esse.
Figure crawls off into the darkness above.
That
Okay.
was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
It's not, but we needed to give him a good reason to share the password with us.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
Oh, yeah, Jay, I hope you'll forgive my attempts. What do we have here, Mel? Oh, okay, not bad. Mel, what did you add to these mashed potatoes? I hope you added some, freshly cracked black pepper and garlic and a pinch of salt, at the very least. A little bit of cream, maybe.
The speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Votre accident is good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Yeah, Jay, it took me a while to find that out. Sorry about that.
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can... Goodbye, votre accident.
The machine's keyboard is still the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Read the printout.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise.
Ah, very good, maids. I did not realize that you were a culinary aficionado. I like to make mine, maids, with buttermilk, and obviously regular butter too, but the salt, the pepper, and garlic, some shallots, chives. And what else? What else do I usually... It's been a long time since I made them. I don't make mashed potatoes very often because it's a whole lot of starch. And I'm tempted to eat them way too quickly. Oh, your grandpa was a Cajun chef and taught you to cook? That's fantastic, maids. Much respect. Oh, okay, Mel. That's not too bad.
Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
You think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Alright, next.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, alright. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving.
Okay, it is beginning to sound as though this quote-unquote spooker is not, in fact, our sword-bearing fisherwoman.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would she need an antenna? Well, obviously for the radio computer. That much I think is pretty clear.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Steps on a wire running on the ground, inspecting it with his boot. Fourth entry?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers.
Boy, I sure am glad I haven't been seen asking money from strangers. It sure is a good thing that wasn't me.
But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked.
Okay, so this is what I had an initial suspicion it might be in the beginning. This is one of the members of the dev team of that game trying to set up a new dev studio.
I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Data loss?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying.
I think we have more than enough evidence here to connect this to the game dev studio in the doomed industrial district.
Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Artists, programmers, Lexi, who are all these people?
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Good, I'm glad Kim thinks so too.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Read the 7th entry.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
Interesting, so Tiago might not just be schnoofing drugs up there. It looks like there might be something else going on. Ha! Amazing monotone. That's a young dog for you.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
But what could it be? Why the water basins?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
You know, actually, now that I think about it, I might have an idea what the water is for. The, whoever this is might be using the water to measure vibrations. What does the 8th entry say?
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
Or a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
9th entry?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
Aha, well, we know who that was.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
10th entry.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping-pong energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening.
Huh.
Australia. Make straight for the radio computer.
Interesting. Suna the programmer. Oh.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
These answers both suck. Yeah, monotone, I can understand that. We're here on a side... come on.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here.
She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Alright, we'll put another one of these here.
What is it?
The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It does not look like a big loss to her. Hey, are you the lead programmer of Wirral Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Okay, sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
That sounds like a Finnish name, and her accent sounds Finnish as well, now that I think about it.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
She turns back to the terminal.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Have you seen the Crab Man?
Nope.
But you know he's around.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds like you're not worried about him at all.
No, you're right. I'm not.
Her voice trails off as she bends over to tinker with the machine's printer. Why are there so many machines here?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit.
Wait, what? I don't understand. Right, poor Harry is just a boomer who doesn't get technology.
RAIN prefix is my radio computer.
And that antenna is its processing unit?
Yes. You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
She has stopped working now. Not really. I don't really know much about anything in this world, to be honest.
All right. Well, All radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
And the AR-1 is a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable.
Oh, good. You should leave them a 5-star review on Amazon.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians.
Okay, cool. I'll note that in case I ever need it, which, knowing this game, I might.
Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
Very good.
She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves.
Very good. And what are you doing with your radio computer?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casts in her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
Okay, what are those bowls of water for?
They are connected to my reign prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Alright, I'll try not to touch anything.
Great.
Very good, Monotone. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
A hint of amusement in her tired eyes. I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
She says, ready to stand her ground. What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
What?
Wait, what?
Oh, good. I'm glad it's not just me.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
She stares at the burnished antenna on a nearby table. Hole in the world? What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for you to answer.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Hold on a moment. Does it mean we're now living in a world that has holes in it?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Ah, okay, so I was sort of right. The bowls of water are transducers. Fascinating.
Ah, hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
That's exactly what I thought they were. They were, devices for picking up the vibrations of sound.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
What not many know is necroplasma. Okay, that's probably wise, not believing in them.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
She gets back to work, a clear signal that this branch of the conversation is over. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch-black heights above, but without much... Oh, we're gonna have to get Tiago to help install sensors up there.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
You said your research isn't going well. Why would that be?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Okay, you don't have a what?
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
What are you, 40? It's the future of death. Wow, coming from Harry, that's rich. Wow, that was quick. Why do you, have you even listened to it? Like, actually listened?
Yeah. Like, all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they?
She pulls a face that looks absolutely scathing.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Okay, in that case, how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
Yes, we've already figured that out, but go ahead and tell us again.
Take a guess, why don't you?
We don't have the option, even though we literally already know.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Oh no, don't tell me.
Yes, what is it? The Swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
Okay, hang on. Take the stuffed bird to Gart. Dead body on the boardwalk. Solve the egghead puzzle. There has to be some way to talk to him. It's definitely not about signs. Help the ravers. Tell Andre about Sona's thoughts on the nightclub. Cell refused to talk about her friends. Maybe she'll open up later. Okay. I guess we have to go talk to them, even though we already know what their plan was, and we've already talked them out of it. Oh, okay, Kaiser, that does make a certain amount of sense. I was expecting that because we've already found out that they were going to turn it into a speed lab first, I thought that that would give us the option to bypass this portion of Sona's dialogue. But I guess we still have to go through the motions. All right, then. Yeah, Kaiser, that's true. All right, well, let's see about Egghead first.
Back to the heavyweight jam.
Says the young man with the tape player and the large boyadero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout on his silver belt. Oh, he's a, whatever it is, that religion.
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibber-dee, skibber-danger. I am the rearranger.
That's it, huh?
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Ian shows through the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater. In front of him, an open toolbox of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
He runs his hand through his hair, which is combed back in mock seriousness, and continues to fiddle with some gears. Sign?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Oh, I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
It's this one. Are you familiar with it? Show him the sticker inside the ledger.
Seems like my creation has found its way into the legal bureaucracy. What did you want to ask about it?
What's it supposed to be?
The dead guy smiling.
What does it mean? Why is the dead guy smiling?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Cool. I'm thinking we should sell this.
It should be sold, but not by us.
Okay, what makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by a classical soul artist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss, haunting him. The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
You come up with this stuff by yourself?
Not alone. Many people are thinking the same thing right now. There's a gathering at the Elysium. The beat is the same for all.
Interesting.
Well, the sticker, the clothes, the music.
Seems awesome.
It is.
Okay.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery.
He cringes.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes headfirst into the supernatural.
Well, Kaiser Mario, the way that they designed streamer mode for this game, I certainly think that that might have been part of their intent. To be quite frank, though, Kaiser, I think the average person already has enough different voices in their head, or equivalents thereof, because I've had different people tell me different things about their ongoing internal experience. For me, my headspace is populated by all sorts of different, I guess, personal facets, very much the same as Harry's, the way that it's depicted here in this game. But the subject of conversation, that particular subject, has come up before during my streams, and different people in chat have told me different things about their experiences. I've had some people say that they experience more or less this. I've had other people say that they don't have any real internal monologue at all, that internally they just experience silence, and their thoughts are entirely visual or auditory. And there's really no good way to measure or compare that other than from other people's subjective self-reporting, because there's no good way to get inside somebody else's head and actually experience what it's like to think somebody else's thoughts, you know? The only thing we can do is try our best to describe it to each other. You know, that's really the best we can do. Yeah, Monotone, and I'm sure those aren't the only two ways that people think. I'm sure there have to be different variations of that or different things in between. Well, yeah, Mel, but I'm talking about a realistic scenario here, for once.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Gran Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Interesting. What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
I appreciate Noid's enthusiasm.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Thanks, Inland Empire! So you think it's real? That it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
I do believe we've encountered one or two examples of that already.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Interesting, maids. Very interesting indeed. Wavers between internal monologue and pure silence. The silence is... Honestly, maids, I would give anything to be able to achieve that inner silence. I'll come back to that in a moment, because I want to see what Kaiser Mario had to say about that. To you, it's all your voice all the time, like you're a king in an empty castle. Yeah, see... I don't have that narcissistic element, Kaiser Mario, but I absolutely have the... It's my own voice all the time, but also other voices? And they're not really as discreet as Harry's here, where it's all his own voice, but each different version of his voice is a separate, a separate set of ideas and traits, I guess. For me, it's all just the one internal monologue that that kind of handles all of the random voicing of, or I guess just inner processing of thoughts and stimuli. Oh, Nikita, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. For me, it's like having a TV inside my head, like a broken TV, where I've lost the remote control, and I can't control the TV, and the TV just keeps switching channels every 20 or 30 seconds, and each channel is something different, and usually something equally nonsensical, just sounds or images or static or... I don't know, just sometimes just emotions, and it just switches constantly between them. Every waking moment, it's maddening. I really wish I could turn the damn thing off and just have a little bit of silence now and again. No, maids. Actually, no. And my parents, I think, just as a matter of course, had me go through the usual battery of tests as a child, and I came up very, very negative for ADHD. Yeah, Yugure, I can kind of relate to that. I get a little bit of that, too. Well, Jay, there's a fine line, and it doesn't always manifest the same way. It's funny you mention ADHD and Asperger's syndrome, because for a number of years earlier in life, I first volunteered and then worked with children and young adults on the autism spectrum. So I'm very familiar with spectrum conditions and diagnoses. But no. No, in my case, that's not what the psychologist came up with. They actually came up with nothing. So it didn't really help very much. Although I certainly found that I had a fair bit in common with the kids I was working with, not the least of which is that so many of them really loved video games. That was part of the reason I got along so well with them, and I think part of the reason that I ended up bonding with them to the extent that I did was usually with that population, it's pretty easy to bond over either video games or whatever their focal interest is, because they usually have something. Interesting, maids. I guess maybe in its own way, depending upon what experience it is you prefer, I can see how that would be a difficult thing to live with. Interesting, Jay. It sounds like quite a few people in chat have had some diagnosis or another on the spectrum. Nah, I get it, Nikita. Matter of fact, the husband of my former employer, who I guess also by extension was my co-employer, he was big on meditation. He was a Vietnam veteran, though, so he'd seen some shit in his day, and he did eventually open up to me and tell me a few of the stories of stuff that he'd seen. But when he came back from Vietnam, he ended up getting into meditation as a way to kind of shut out all the crap that was boiling in his mind. You know, the scars of war, as it were. And he was always big on it, and he never pushed it on any of the employees, but he was always willing to teach people about it when they asked him, and I never got into it. I never really was a big proponent of just that sort of thing, that school of thought, but there were a couple of the other employees who did get into it, and I would frequently hear him talking about it with them. Quite a few people in chat seem to be able to relate to that. Interesting. Yeah, Undead Medic, it'll do stuff to you. And, I mean, this guy had it together. He had a great sense of humor. I looked up to him a lot. He's a really great guy. But talking with him and his wife, when it was just the three of us after work, when all the kids had gone home, he explained things to me on a couple of occasions where, like, during the summer, he always sleeps out on their porch, which is screened in to keep the insects out, but he got so used to sleeping out in the jungles that during the summer now, just because that's what he was conditioned to do, he always sleeps out on a couch on their screened-in porch. Yeah, Nikita, I guess he had a pretty long journey of recovery after he came back, and the Vietnam and Korea veterans in particular were not treated well. So they were treated like villains when they came home, which is even more terrible. But he, I guess, got... He put in the legwork, and he went out of his way to get some good help, I guess, and he put his life back together, and to this day is doing all right. I actually just had a conversation with him and his wife a few weeks ago. I ended up getting in touch with them because I still, every once in a while, keep in touch just to see how they're doing and make sure they're all right. Oh, very good, Mel. Corned beef and cabbage, it looks like. I can get on board with that. So you're having kind of an Irish-themed dinner tonight, huh, Mel? Gotcha, Medic. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure there is. There are so many stories. And they all deserve to be told, although it's also understandable why people wouldn't feel comfortable telling them or wouldn't want to retread that ground. I get that. The Soul Reaver games, Maids. Interesting. Yeah, Maids, a lot of the kids that I worked with who were on the spectrum had... Usually they had a favorite series or a favorite franchise or even just a favorite individual game that they were just super, super into. Oh, pork, Brussels sprouts, and the mashed potatoes. Okay, Mel. The pork looked like it might have been corned beef. No, Ended Medic, they absolutely did not deserve the treatment they got. They went to Vietnam and risked their lives, and they came back and got treated like dirt for it. You know, if you don't have the support of your country, then... well, that's another matter, I guess. Gotcha, Nikita. Gotcha. We've got quite a few veterans who hang out here, actually, Nikita. So we've heard a few of those stories. Ah, gotcha, Jalapeno. Yeah, I mean... Jalapeno, the statistic back when I was working in the field, and this was many, many years ago now. I haven't worked in that field for a long time. But back when I was in the field, the most recent statistic I know, which I think this is going back to like 2009, 2010, was... what was it? I think it was like 1 in 120 kids under the age of 18 around the world had a diagnosis of some autism spectrum condition. There are a few conditions on the spectrum, but I think it was 1 in 120 back then. And now, I mean, I haven't kept on top of it since then because I haven't had a professional reason to, but now it's, I believe... a much higher rate of incidence. So it's really, really difficult not to know or have interacted with somebody who has some sort of diagnosis if you're not such a person yourself. They have been for a while, Jalapeno. I believe that they were considered to be on the spectrum at least since the DSM-5. I know that the DSM-6 rewrote and recategorized some of those diagnoses, and I think it might have written Asperger's syndrome out entirely. Again, that's well after I got out of the field. I haven't kept on top of it professionally. I've had no need ever since then to do continuing education, so I haven't kept up on my continuing ed credits or anything like that. I only really maintain a cursory interest in the field now. Well, Fearless J, that's because Asperger's disorder and high-functioning autism in general do not really have a very specific fixed set of traits. There's a general list of traits that can possibly manifest in a person with that diagnosis, but the only requirement for a diagnosis is just that they have a minimum number of those traits, regardless of what the actual combination of traits is. So that's why I believe it was Dr. Stephen Shore had a really great quote, which is, I believe it goes, if you know one person with autism, then you know one person with autism. Because there are just so many different combinations of the traits that are associated with autism that you can get one autistic person who is super outgoing and just really, you know, social but lacking the social skills. And then you can get another person with the same diagnosis who presents completely differently, who is really introverted and shy. In my time working in the field, I saw all different combinations. All different combinations. It's a really, really diverse set of diagnoses, and that's why it has been medically very elusive for as long as it's been recognized by the scientific community, because there are what are called shadow syndromes, where people have a few of the traits that present outwardly, but it can be really hard to pin down some of the other traits that are not as obvious. Yeah, maids, even a lot of the people that I got to know outside of my my professional environment back when I was working in the field had either had a diagnosis themselves or knew someone who did. I probably have, Mel. The subject has come up a few times before. It's just fascinating to me that it would come up in a context like this, playing a game like Disco Elysium. Yeah, Artista, and part of the problem is with pinning down a diagnosis, there are tons of perfectly... I don't like the word neurotypical any more than I like the word normal, but there are tons of people out there who are perfectly functional and who don't have any sort of impediment that would be outwardly recognizable as a social disability or an autism spectrum diagnosis, whom you can point at and just anecdotally say, oh yeah, that person superficially exhibits 2 or 3 of those characteristics that are associated with this particular diagnosis, but that's the danger, right? Is you see 1 or 2 of those traits and then you're tempted to just make an unprofessional, uneducated diagnosis and, oh yeah, that person must be on the spectrum, when they may or may not actually be. They might just not have enough of the requisite traits for them to present outwardly, or it might be that it's just a perfectly ordinary person and that's just their personality. You know, that's the danger of trying to diagnose when you don't have the medical background or the psychiatric background. But the important thing is, it really doesn't matter. These diagnoses, they're just an alphabet soup of different acronyms and different traits that are associated with those acronyms. But what it all boils down to is they don't define who you are. They're part of your identity, and they certainly have an effect on how you interact with others and how you interact with the world around you and how the world around you interacts with you. But they don't define you. Well, they certainly don't have to. They're just something to be aware of, and they might help give you a little bit more insight into yourself or to understand yourself a bit better. But they do not by any means have to rule you. I suppose I could see the appropriateness, Artista, yeah. Well, Floofin, but that's what I mean by sometimes it can help somebody to make sense of it. One of my co-workers back in the day was himself diagnosed with, I want to say it was ADHD. And one of the things that he always used to say was that before he got his diagnosis, his life was really confusing because he knew that he was a little bit different, and he knew that he struggled with social situations and with processing and with his academics, but he didn't really understand why. And then when he got his diagnosis, it came to him as a huge relief because he had an answer and he had something that he could say, oh, okay, this is what it was. This is actually something I can do further research on and learn more about because the scientific community knows stuff about it. It's recognized. And then knowing what it was that he had helped him find a bit stronger a focus for seeking his treatment. And that in turn led him down the path for treatment that worked out for him. And it ended up being a positive thing for him to have his diagnosis. I have met parents of children that I worked with who were devastated when they found out that their kid was on the spectrum. And on a number of occasions throughout my career in that field, I ended up having to accompany my boss and either our nurse clinician or one of the other clinicians into what basically amounted to an impromptu therapy session with the parents to kind of help them work through the fact that their kid had gotten the diagnosis and to help them make sense of it, to help them understand what it meant, and to help them see that, you know, it wasn't necessarily a tragedy and that their child could still lead a functioning and fulfilling life, despite the diagnosis or even in harmony with it. And some parents were easier to convince of that than others. But different people have different reactions to learning that about themselves or about somebody they love. Well, Undead Medic, sometimes at the time you can't really make sense of it, but with a little bit of time and space from the diagnosis, you can. Sometimes you just need a little bit of time to process it and think about it. Jigokuro, thank you so much for the resub. Hello to you as well, and welcome. Yeah, Jigokuro, I think in the majority of the cases of the kids that I worked with, having a diagnosis was a positive thing for them. Honestly, it was more often than not their parents who took it hard. Because the parents usually didn't know. They hadn't been educated about it. They'd never heard of the diagnosis before. They would think it was some kind of tragedy. And often the kids were the ones who were fine with it. They wouldn't have a problem with the diagnosis. And it would help them understand what it was about them that made it harder for them to interact with their peers, or that was causing them to struggle socially, that kind of thing. It all really depended on the individual and on the family. Alright, while we're talking, let's find out why this guy is called Noid.
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
Oh, okay.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Okay. Oh, really, maids? That is unfortunate. My heart goes out to you for that. Yeah, maids, that particular archetype of parents was by far the most difficult to deal with. Where the parents not only were not understanding of their child having a diagnosis, but they flat out refused to accept it. And they got it into their heads that they needed to somehow fix their child or change who their child was, because having a child with a diagnosis was not what they wanted, and just somehow, purely by virtue of having a diagnosis, the child was repugnant to them, and they would rather have not had a child at all, you know? Rather than have a child with a diagnosis. That was the worst. That was always the most difficult. And some of those parents we were able to get through to eventually, but some of them, and it usually seemed to be the ones who were the furthest into whatever crazy religious or conspiracy theories or whatever other crazy insular ideology it was that they'd subscribed to, they were the ones that we couldn't reach. And they were usually the ones who became so obsessed with fixing their children that they ended up doing their children harm rather than good. You know, like 95% or so of the parents that came to us, when in fact they were biological parents, because we worked with a lot of kids who were wards of the state, or who came from foster homes, or who were living with a distant relative because their biological parents were dead or in jail or just absent or something like that. When the biological parents were involved, 95% of the time, even if they had no idea what they were dealing with, they at the very least had the right idea of trying to help. You know, they maybe wanted to help but didn't know how, or they were trying their best to help without any financial or social assistance because they couldn't afford social assistance, or they didn't know where to look. They might have been misguided, but they were trying in their own way to do the right thing. And in those cases, usually it was a case of, well, we would counsel them on what to do, what their options were, where they could go for further help, you know, whether we, the organization that I worked for, was able to provide the help that their kid might benefit from. 95% of the time, the parents at least wanted to help, you know, they wanted to do the right thing. But that 5% were unreachably irrational. Yeah, medic, because Gen X and millennials, we're the ones whose parents were like that. You know, parents of the older, more conservative generations who just got so heavily into the attitude of rejection of anything that isn't recognizable or the same, that to some of them just having a disability was enough to reject a child. I remember a couple of cases in particular of parents that came to us that when we referred their child to a psychiatrist who made a formal diagnosis, the parents literally did not want their children anymore. They wanted to send their children to a psychiatric home or a place where the children would no longer be, like, literally, they didn't want to be a part of their children's lives anymore just because they had a diagnosis. So, I, as a professional in the field, it was my job to remain objective and impartial. But there were nights when I went home just furious that these kinds of people could exist. And I worked in that field long enough, and I met enough of these kinds of parents that it sparked in me a bitter resentment of those kinds of people. Because they do so much harm to their kids and to society and in general. And I don't know. It's a harmful way of thinking. And there's nothing that you can do. You know, you can't just report them for thinking that way. There has to be actual evidence of abuse of their children. And in a lot of cases, the way in which they were hurting their children was not something that legally qualified as abuse, you know? They weren't beating their kids, they weren't doing something physically injurious, but they were hurting their children in, I would argue, ways that to a certain degree were worse. Well, Nikita, then you were one of the lucky ones, and I'm not saying everybody who is conservative or religious is like that. I've known quite a few who weren't. I mean, we had parents of kids who were devoutly religious, and they were all about just the love and acceptance side of it, and that's cool. I can respect that. And those parents generally did very well for their kids. You know, but that was because they did not have their heads so far into some crazy conspiracy theory or so far up their own asses in terms of believing what they believe and being unwilling to be corrected by anyone, unwilling to accept that they were wrong, or unwilling to see that what they were doing might be harmful to somebody who should have been important to them, you know? Those are the kinds of people with whom I take issue. Halo Kitty, welcome! Oh, Irish stew. Gotcha, Mel. That's what that was. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, as long as the parent is interested in learning how to help their child and not just hard-headedly determined to continue doing something harmful because they're too proud to be told they're wrong, then cool, you know? However you want to work your helping your kid into your frame of reference for the world is fine. As long as you're willing to learn what to do in order to do the right thing and to let go of a harmful way of thinking or a harmful behavior if somebody who knows enough to be able to tells you that you're causing harm. Yeah, Ash, the subject matter of the game does kind of tend to lead to these sorts of subjects, although frankly, I'm surprised it took this long to get this deep into it. I am getting tired of listening to this music over and over again, though. So we'd probably better do something.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He looks excited. The tips of his hair are sharp and white. The bleach has consumed almost all of the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. About the church, I checked it out.
And? What happened?
Well, Warrior, you're very lucky that you had a special ed teacher for a mother who was interested in doing the right thing. I've met special ed teachers of many different varieties, and while quite a few of them were interested genuinely in helping the kids that they were assigned to work with, just as many or almost as many of them were not. Well, Ash, I'm happy to have you regardless. Whether you're here to just vibe or chill or lurk or chat, you're welcome to do any of the above. I talked to the crab man.
Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think?
Seems okay, to be honest. Very spiritual.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
He clearly enjoys the physical activity. Guy climbs like a freak.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
Honestly, Mel, that's cool. I think that's great. Your mom sounds like a cool lady.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
Actually, he told me he wouldn't mind the nightclub at all.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
Don't worry, I don't think he really gives a damn about you or anyone else.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Freaking egghead, man. I'm starting to really like this guy. And hey, maybe our crab man, what was his name again? I've already forgotten. I mean, he likes physical activity. Maybe he'd be down to shake it now and again.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the Anotic Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
Tiago, thank you, Elasso. Yeah, we may be able to reason with her yet.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
If we help her figure out what she's trying to figure out, she will probably just leave.
Unity! Dance!
She makes it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
I can't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honor Man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Yugure, Tiago, that was it. Well, I like that we've got Andre on board with this now.
If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Oh, he's probably hardcore than any of the three of you. Well, maybe not more hardcore than Egghead.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
We'd probably better tell him the truth.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
Oh, poor Egghead.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her. Let's do it.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend.
All right.
Goodbye, officer.
So I guess that's the dialogue check that we had to... Or not even check, it was just dialogue we had to exhaust. Well, yeah, Kaiser, exactly. That's why I was confident from the get-go that option number 4 back there, letting them go ahead with the nightclub, but just telling them to lay off the drugs, was the correct course of action here. And who knows? Maybe the nightclub will help liven up this little town again. Everybody else in town seems to be bailing out, but this might be enough to bring back a little bit of economic spark. And at the very least, keep these kids off the street. Egghead is a pretty good hype man, Jay. You know, and I have to admit, I did not expect, probably from the first half hour or so of this game, when it started really becoming clear what kind of world this game is depicting, I did not expect that I would encounter any characters that I felt I could vibe with, but I think I can vibe with Egghead. I like the cut of his jib. Well, yeah, Justin, that's true. Do we have anything else?
Hello again.
No, we don't. Mario, we were given a very explicit quest objective to find a way to communicate with him. And based on what the dialogue has told us up to now, I think the way to do that might lie in helping them turn the church into a nightclub. So we've got to have a word with Grouchy Lady over here and probably help her figure out a solution to her problem. And once her problem is solved, she will probably just leave. And once she leaves, our electro heads out there can have the church all to themselves. And I guess they won't be bothering Tiago at all, because he's just chilling in the rafters. We'd probably better save, though, because I have a feeling we've got some dialogue checks incoming. Yeah, I got that too, Kaiser.
Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre. He wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
Hold on, you don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
Are you bitter because your radio game project failed?
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
Okay. So now we have our lead on maybe solving her problem.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Oh, convince her to cooperate with the Ravers. 97% chance. Research not going well. Discovered Fortress Accident. Discovered... Oh, discovered the dice maker. Right, okay. Let's convince her.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help you with something.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it. Yeah, you know, I was half expecting that we would fail, Jay.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's off-site copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
Okay. By your old workspace, do you mean the studio of Fortress Accident in the Doom commercial area?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Okay, I think I've actually already been in there.
Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it.
Okay, and where exactly is it?
In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss. You just need to get the offsite copy from the ice bear.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
I found a note from the ice bear fridge. It said the offsite copy had been moved to a safer place.
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
It said the offsite copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislav.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulislav Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep and the Valley of the Heads.
No, nobleman, we never even got our hands on it because we couldn't open the freezer.
Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
I found the ice cream maker, but I couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Okay, why can't you go and get the filament yourself?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Why does she think you're part of the... Oh, well, we know why.
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
That's only because of their socio-economic situation. I mean...
Yes, but she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Reim Civic. I'm not making this up.
I believe it.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic.
Great. What is an off-site copy and why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
Points to the glowing cube inside the machine.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
Oh God, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
Thanks, Rhetoric.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear?
He stares at you with pleading, furious eyes.
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Wait. Jawiza, like it would have on the head.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like that.
Thanks.
He thinks for a moment, then reaches behind the radio computer and hands you what looks like an oversized pry bar.
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it
Ooh.
to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Kvalsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund.
But I am all too happy to be uniting with it. Woo! Equip this to open locked containers in the world. Ah, so now we get the big guns. Holy! What the hell even is this thing? It looks like it has a level, and it apparently has a pry hook. This is an advanced pry bar, a pry bar +2, if you will. Built by Kvalsund in Vasa. The number of gadgets hidden within the frame of the yellow and gray multi-tool will stagger any technician. Ah, okay. Oh yeah! I guess it is Soul Bad Guy's sword. That's pretty cool. Alright, well. Let's go open some locked containers. But first, I want to see if I can figure out fast travel, because I would like to get back to the the Whirling in Rags and get the pen from that lady. Okay, where is fast travel? Where would I even find it? Yeah, Ultima, we expressly got a message that said we unlocked a fast travel destination. Maybe on the map. Yeah, okay. Map. Door to door challenging, ice cream maker, physical instrument. What? Oh, we have to pass checks for fast travel? Really? Ice cream maker. Oh no, these are white checks. You are here. Okay, hang on. Trash container. Measure head. Travel here. Martinez waterfront. Okay, we don't have to pass checks. I was misreading that. I see. Alright, well, let's get the pen first, and then, because we need to go complete Everart's task. And I would like to do that before nighttime, because I'm pretty sure after, like, 9 p.m., everybody's going to go to bed. And I don't know if Everart goes to bed, but... Yeah, Justian, I mean, at least if you do another playthrough, you now know. There she is.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I have no memory of anything.
Surely things can't be that bad.
You sense that she won't judge you, no matter what you say.
I hope you're right. I hope it's not too bad.
You know where we are, right?
We're in Revachol.
That's right. In a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise.
All I know is that Revachol used to be really cool in the 30s.
The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago.
Her eyes are filled with light reflected off those gilded years when the city seemed full of possibility.
Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
It's a bad year in my late 40s or 50s. I don't even know how old I am.
There. The year is 51 and spring has only just started. I'm sure there are better days ahead.
What a nice lady.
She looks flustered, her hands smoothing out the creases in her blanket, even as she attempts to reassure you. The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind, we're in this now. Outside, spring rain seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, and into grated storm drains, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first Maybells blossom.
Yeah, Ultima, we gotta look like a halfway respectable cop. The mutton chops were inexcusable.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Wow. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women. Wow. Yeah, but he looks like that even with the mutton chops, Mario. Cop, we are living under the cop regime. I'd like to think it's some kind of democracy, maybe?
No, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
You know what? Finally somebody gives me a straight answer as to what kind of government this place has.
Meaning, buying is voting.
There's no government. How come there are cops?
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't really any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
How did I do?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
Okay, who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
Turns to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a police officer.
Of course. Then, I don't know, someone rich maybe. Wealthy people are educated, though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Oh, I do. I've already met him, actually.
But thank you, sweetie. You did make me forget about my worries for a while.
Okay. Asked about the revolution? Oh, okay. Well, water over the dam now.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
We did not get a pen from her for doing that exam.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Okay, describe him as you would one of your cryptids.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
Okay.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
You can ask again, it's not... Oh, the thing is, Kaiser Mario, I don't want to lose my pen by giving it to the bums, because the bum will just take it.
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular... Of course, dear.
Maybe if I answer those questions correctly. Because we weren't given an option to ask again. But I clearly didn't get all of the answers right. So maybe if... Well, at least the fast travel is nice and... fast. Oh, the revolution. Okay, Kaiser. It didn't look like we were able to ask about that either, but... Let's see if we can do this a little bit better this time.
Oh, hello, dear. There, Shirley.
You sense that she won't judge you, no matter what you say.
You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the whirling itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. The new. Disco dancing. Much has changed. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
Spring of 51.
That's right, dear.
There it is.
Splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
So you do have to get enough questions correct. And here I was deliberately getting them wrong, thinking she'd give me the pen out of pity. But no, she gives it to reward me not being as messed up as I thought I was.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there. But now she relaxes her shoulders. Outside, spring rains.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Okay.
Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control.
I don't know. Still looks like there's a lot of hustling going on. Maybe she's wrong. Also...
I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed.
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now, the RCM is all we've got. Oh, dear. But
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
How'd I do this time?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble.
A sigh.
But maybe a...
She means this sincerely.
Okay.
Worrying won't
What
do
is the
you any
revolution
good.
you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new. Something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
Does that have to do with there not being any cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Justin, yes, that appears very clear now.
Someone more educated in sweeping matters?
No, I'm not an insider.
Of course, but thank you, sweetie. Oh,
Okay.
dear.
You can't. It's always a challenge to describe.
Oh.
The lieutenant.
One other thing will be...
You can't. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
I'm sorry, sweetie. We...
She's skipping over something.
I hope I've been useful.
Okay.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about?
Is that a cryptid on this pen you gave me?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
It'd be dishonorable to renege on a... Okay.
He nods approvingly.
But I thought he said to hell with it, let's have more cryptids. Whatever. Hey, Gart! You penny-pinching bastard. I brought you a new stuffed bird.
Can I help you?
Found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
The man takes the stuffed bird. It's no biggie, I just thought it would look nice on the wall. Oh, I wanted to apologize for breaking the great skua by bringing you this ruffled grouse.
Okay. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
Aha!
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
Cool!
People just don't know how to accept gifts. Especially taxidermy.
That's fair.
He likes it.
He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Thanks, Kim.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Okay. Gart, I need to sing karaoke, please.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it? It's part of my quest of self-discovery. Help me. This is my way of apologizing for the trouble I've caused. Please let me say I'm sorry.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good.
Yeah, but Johnny Law is about to tear it up sad style.
The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without right now.
Why do you even have a PA if no one's allowed to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
Oh, God! That sounds serious. What happened?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
What? When was the last time you had a band play here?
It's not for bands, it's for clients. Some clients, okay? Not you.
I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to use the karaoke machine.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
That's alright. I brought my own. LOL.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Get fucked, Gart.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
We're doing it!
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Alright. Please fail this check, nobleman? Really? Alright, we'll fail it first, I guess, and then we'll pass it.
You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
Stage is all set up for your performance. Feel silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Oh, drama 3. Alright.
The air is thick with anticipation.
We'll see what happens when you fail, and then I'll go back and pass it.
Someone dims the lights as the music starts. A lump's in your throat suddenly.
I would often go there to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Sansan. Though it once was larger, how the real may rest there, down through the mist there, towards the Seven Sisters, towards those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there in the tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now you're all alone. None of this matters. At all.
Okay, so, So my thoughts on this are, the voice actor for the protagonist is a professional jazz musician. And I can distinctly tell that it is more unnatural for this voice actor to sing off key than it would be for him to sing properly. Like, he's got all the skills to sing correctly, and you could almost hear him forcing himself to throw off the notes.
Do you hear that? It's the most pathetic applause in the world, Harry, made of pity. No one liked you.
You didn't like it, huh?
Your words echo in the karaoke mic. People talk in the distance. A couple tries not to look at you.
Quit yelling into the mic.
You hear from the union booth? I'm up here singing my fucking heart out and it's not good enough.
You hear, or think you hear, uncomfortable shifting around. A bit of laughter, maybe. No one's saying anything.
I'm gonna unplug the mic now, okay?
You don't know what good singing is. This is real singing. I sang about real stuff.
That's it. I'm unplugging it.
You press a stop on the tape carousel. You hear a little whine of feedback and then the mic dies in your hand.
Let's go, officer. These people wouldn't know a good performance if it beat them in the ass.
You liked it?
Detective Dubois, it was downright tragic. Now, let's go.
I mean it, he thinks. To him, being a cop in the RCM was truly expressed in that performance.
All right. Well, let's see what happens if we don't screw that up. A real hero, that, Kim. Alright, so what do we have that would increase drama? This. Clinically insane. Oh, the bow tie, I think, would. Yes. And I think our coat decreases drama, so we want to take that off. No? Alright, hang on. I'm pretty sure we're wearing something else that decreases drama. Maybe not. Drama +2. Oh, the glasses. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
The stage is all you feel.
So, are you ready for...
What's this? This feels right. You belong here.
The stage is you feel.
So, are you ready
72% now.
The air.
Really? Sing Freebird. Nice, Ultima. Alright, what do we got?
Yes?
Oh, no,
The stage you.
So, are you ready for...
The air.
Really?
The stage.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know
Put
when
your
I
lips
should
against the
turn on
microphone, test
karaoke.
it.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, they are going to hate you.
Look, Kim, watch me make a fool of myself.
I can see that.
Steps away from the stage, ready for your performance.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there. To the tiny church there.
What the hell? This is Reptilian Brain singing.
The smallest church in San. Though it once was larger.
Yeah, Mel, you did. I'll tell you why in a minute.
How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here.
Oh, look at my soul bad guy sword just floating there.
But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Well, I can't say that I would really define that as singing so much as growling.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Ah, it was Ancient Reptilian Brain. Thank you, Ancient Reptilian Brain. I want to dedicate this song to whoever wrote me that fucking letter. I still love you. Thank you very much, asshole. Wow. Dedicate this song to Kim. Dedicate this song to Gart for letting me sing it. It's all shit, Gart. Dedicate it to the RCM. Please don't fire me. Wow. This is honestly a tough call. I'm really tempted to dedicate it to Gart for letting me sing it. I mean, I really want to dedicate it to Kim, but I feel like I'd be able to dab on Gart by dedicating it to him instead. What do we think, chat? Kim or Gart? I'll go with the majority will on this one. I'll let you guys decide this time. Hey, Regita, welcome. Matter of fact, I think there's a way we can do this. We can finally... set up and create a poll. All right, hang on. I'm a big professional streamer. I have to do this professionally. Yeah. There. So, let's see what everybody thinks. Kim is winning by a substantial margin. By substantial, I mean like 1 vote, actually. It looked bigger in the progress bar. Chat, is some troll in chat just trying to help balance it? This is not helping, guys. I thought you could only vote once. Oh, great. 50-50. Thanks, guys. Freaking thanks. Did you guys have fun? Was that fun? Did everybody enjoy making that poll completely useless? All right then, chat. All right, if you guys want to play that game, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Take that, chat! Let's see if you want to throw in your additional votes now. This is probably not as potent a threat as I was hoping it was. Kaiser coins really aren't useful for very much, I admit. Oh good, I'm glad Monotone's into it. Chat, are you serious, guys? Really? Really, you're just gonna balance it again? You bastards. Why would you do this? Man. I can't trust you guys for anything, can I? Once again, you bastards have balanced it. Mel Brooks contributed 180,000 channel... I hate you guys so much. They're not bits, Fradel. I'm not going to charge you guys money to vote in a dumb poll like this. It was channel points. Channel points. Yeah, Monotone, I guess if nothing else, I should be happy that everybody in chat is able to come together to cooperate on utterly defeating the purpose of my trying to use a poll. Alright, well, thanks, chat. I guess I'm just going to have to find a coin and flip it. Do I even have a coin? I don't know if I even have a coin. Well, actually, I do. You guys aren't going to believe what kind of coin I just found. I found a coin from the Soviet Union in my stationery drawer. This coin is dated 1987. And it is for the amount of 50 kopecks. Now that I get a light on it, because I had my lights off, I had to turn on a light here. Yeah, 50 kopek. I don't know why I have a 50 kopek Soviet coin. Don't ask me why. I don't even know how it got there. But, all right. Heads, Kim. Tails, Gart. It fell on the floor. Hang on. I have to retrieve it. Actually, I just realized I don't know which side of this coin is heads. I guess the side with the crest of the Soviet Union and the letters SSSR will be heads, and then the side that says 50 kopek will be tails. Let's try again. Heads. So what did I say heads was? Kim? Heads was Kim, tails was Gart? I've already forgotten. Help me, chat. What did I say heads was gonna be? Kim. Okay. All right, hang on. Let me go put my Soviet coin. Heads was Kim. Oh, but now people in chat are trying to confuse me. Thanks, chat. All right. Heads was Kim. Ugh. I'd like to dedicate this song to my partner, Kim Kitsuragi.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away. He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
Ultima, I think considering what game we're playing, it's only appropriate that nobody else in chat showed any respect for the democratic process. Plus, this is Twitch chat we're talking about. What did you think was going to happen? For that matter, what did I think was going to happen? Well, thanks, Undercroft. I'm glad to hear that. You guys certainly put one over on me. I don't know what I was expecting, but I guess I'm just not smart enough to defeat chat.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Thank you, Martin. No, leave enigmatically. Man. I don't even know, Curse Noble, man. Twitch chat is such a mix of all sorts of different jackassery. Well, Mel, that's because they only work for the 1%. Okay, well, that was fun. Who's for Chinese? Also, did I... Okay, yes, I did. Mel, I was gonna say the reason there was a 58% rather than a 72% is because I selected the option to test the microphone. And testing the microphone made me look like an amateur. So I humiliated myself in front of the audience, and it decreased my chance of success. Oh, no, Chatterbox. Literally, I just found a razor and some soap, and I had him shave.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Cafeteria manager is waiting for you to acknowledge that he recognized the song. Told you I'd rock that shit. Yeah, the church. The church is my past, because we're going to have a better future.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
It really does sound like he thinks it's a little cool.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
So the phone line is dead.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
Lena?
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
He is Chatterbox. Although, Chatterbox, let me ask you before I say anything else. How far are you through this game? Because I'm wondering if you're referring to the protagonist as Disco out of consideration for me, or because you haven't got to the point where you've learned his name.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
I bet I could get this door open with this thing.
You see a heavy steel door with the cobalt blue surface feels right. It leads to a side building. The door does not.
I can't get the door open with this thing. Really? Unbelievable. You just got the body down, Chatterbox. What day are you on? Like, day 1, day 2? Day 1. Okay, gotcha. Chatterbox, I will venture to forewarn you that I am on I'm on the end, actually, of day 3. And we've already discovered the protagonist's name. So if you are concerned about spoilers, you might want to duck out before I play any further. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to have you, but I want to make sure that you have fair warning and you know how far we are, so that if you are concerned with being spoiled, you can make a judicious decision here. No problem, Chatterbox. Have a great night. Take care of yourself, and I look forward to catching up with you when you've caught up with me, as it were. All right, I'll give Chatterbox a minute to take his leave before we go back to discussing the story. And in the meantime, let's go back and take care of that document, because I suspect we're probably running out of time in which to do it before the end of the day. I really want to take care of this errand first. Oh, congrats, Azrael! I actually finished that game not long ago myself on stream. And I have to say, on the whole, I was really very impressed with it. They did a very good job, considering it's the first Yakuza game that's a JRPG. At least, that type of JRPG. Yeah, we'll do that in a couple of minutes, Kaiser.
Tequila Sunset. What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. All right. Hey, Abs. I need you.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abaquao.
His friend grabs the document.
Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
Oh, it's different if we give him this pen. I need you to sign this document right here. It's important. Don't call her. His trembling hand catches the paperwork. He lays it out on his knee and starts writing slowly. The handwriting is almost illegible due to his shaky hands. Great job, Abs. Nailed it. And I have the pen back too, please.
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
Oh, you bastard!
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep... Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen.
Yeah,
Hey,
sure.
guys. We're heroes.
All right, Monotone. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out today, Monotone. It's great to see you as always. Take care of yourself. Yeah, Azriel, they would have had to have a license for Dragon Quest because they flat out mention it a lot.
About fucking time, man. I've done my duty.
Brings his hand up to his head for a salute.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen.
All right, hang on. Let's try that again, but this time, let's see if we still get the pen back.
Tequila? What's it? Maybe you've heard. All right. Hey, Abs.
Don't ya? You call Abigail?
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it. Hey, guys. We're heroes.
About fucking time, man.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
So did we lose the pen that time? Ah, we didn't lose the pen, so we could have... Okay, asking for the pen back apparently causes us to lose the pen. The tie is back on, nobleman. I never took it off. Alright, well, let's go mail this thing then. And Everard can... Oh, we can get in here now. Right, where was the plaza? Oh, of course, I know where the plaza was. I'm gonna end up walking all the way back there for no good reason. We want to go to the Martinez waterfront, I think. I would really like to... Oh, we can't fast... Can't fast travel? We need to go back here? Yeah, it's not giving us the option to fast travel now. Oh, okay, Zorza. I thought maybe that might be the case. Well, that's a pain. Travel here. Alright, and I think the mailbox was right here.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
Well, and we already looked closely enough into this to know how.
Right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Damn right. Oh, someone's up there, huh? Alright, let's sneak on into the harbor and let Everard know that we mailed his stupid letter, and then, hopefully... Eric, thank you so much for the resub! Welcome back! And hello, Drukmorian, welcome to you as well! How are both of you holding up? I hope safe and well. I can never figure out how to get up here. This is such an obtuse... Okay, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Blast it! Wasn't up here after all. I keep forgetting this is the way we first came in, but now we need to go through the front. Excellent, Drukmorian. What kind of tea? Safe and bored at work? Well, Eric, safe and bored at work is better than running for your life from a horde of coronavirus zombies. Or, you know, just the coronavirus itself. That's scary enough. Ah, excellent, Drukmorian. I approve. Hey, nobleman, you gotta look on the bright side sometimes. Oh, one of these days we should come back and beat up Measurehead. Just for, you know, good measure. Lol, see what I did there? Very good, maids. Excellent, Jigokuro. I'm still waiting on an opportunity to get mine. I don't know when it's gonna be. I'll have to see if maybe work is offering anything.
The file cabinet stands, the drawer slides shut.
Nothing. Oh yeah, maids, you might be eligible now. You're in America, right? We're still having supply problems with the vaccine in Europe. Hoji chai is good, Mel. Hoji chai is one of my favorites. Right, so I think we're also supposed to come back to that guy in the apartments after 10 p.m. I will try to remember to do that. Also, we were told to ask a rich guy questions because he might be educated, so let's see. Let's see if he has any new dialogue options for us.
Welcome back, gentle.
He does not. Oh, ouch, Artista, that sucks. Alright. Let's see if Everard has anything smart to say now. Alright, here we go.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo. He has no idea.
Damn right. For once, horrific necktie, we agree.
Better not to gloat, sire. 'Tis arrogance that gives the play away. Be subtle.
Yeah, can I get my gun now, please?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Fine, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Uh-oh.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
She was waving it at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
I think I could be forgiven for thinking that this was Kuno S.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
A smile flickers in the corner of his mouth.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
Okay.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hanged man killed?
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
Really?
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
They're trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
Yeah. How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that.
He pauses to rub his chin.
We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
I wasn't planning to, Cursed Nobleman. In fact, I was planning to stop by the apartment to talk to that young guy on the way.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
I can tell.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your super-duper evil plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
He looks at the swordfish clock and nods. How many of you guys are there in the Union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
How are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Yeah, you can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer.
This is a dangerous game Everard is playing here. He had better be damn sure that enough of the current clients are going to stick around that his new independent New Vegas is basically what he's doing here, isn't just going to go tits up overnight, because there's a very real possibility that that could happen. No, Justin, I haven't.
With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
Like what, drugs? Sounds like drugs.
Haven't you seen the crates outside, Harry? There's all sorts of fun stuff inside them. I mean, heck, this one has you and the lieutenant, me, and my novelty swordfish clock.
Are you suggesting you'll be trafficking humans?
Did he just deflate slightly? Was there something he wanted you to ask about? Maybe you should come back if you learn something relevant and ask again. You should definitely come back here and ask again if you learn more about the Union's dealings. There's something he's not telling you.
I think it's drugs. It sounds to me as though the Union is either smuggling drugs or trafficking humans. And I'm not prepared to rule out that they're trafficking humans thanks to his little allusion to the four of us being inside a shipping crate. That was a little bit less than subtle.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly there's sadness in his tone.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Okay. We might talk again later then. Yeah, the implications here are not pretty one way or the other. Well, yeah, Warrior, but he doesn't know he's trafficking ultra-rich light-bending guys. We tried to tell him and he didn't believe us. Alright, so we need to find more leads on the Union's activities, I guess. Justin, I'm definitely not on Everart's side. I think the idea behind a better life for the workers is a good idea, but there's way too much corruption involved in this. And his plans are clearly not in the best interest of everyone in Revachol. It looks to me, honestly, like what he's trying to do is just a poorly disguised power grab, and he's framed it as a revolution of the people. Pretty much like how Stalin ended up in control of the USSR, just on a much smaller scale. You know, just with the harbor rather than a country. Oh, I plan to, Nobleman. We already did earlier on, but I ended up having to reload the save file, and that undid us talking to her. So I will be going back there. But we have somewhat more immediate matters to attend to for the time being. Oh, I see, Justin. Yeah, no, I don't really like either side. I probably sympathize a little bit more for the workers themselves. But Everard and what he's actually trying to do are highly suspect. I do not have as much sympathy for a big multinational corporation that's trying to keep its workers down, which is what's going on here. But Everard seems a little bit too focused on personal gain for me to be able to just throw my lot in with him and say, yes, he's doing the right thing unequivocally and helping the workers rise up, as it were. Before anything else, we should go to the basement and get that tape. Ha! Yeah, Jim Sterling, I'm sure, would have some stuff to say about Everard, Fearless J. Honestly, I don't think Jim's done a review of this game. Which kind of surprises me, because it seems like the kind of game that'd be right up his alley. Very true, Kaiser Mario, very true.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Machine unplugged, better grip with gloves. Okay, we need more physical instrument power here. Folded library card. Right, we'll deal with that later. Guess that's all we get. Physical instrument +1. Could have sworn we had something else. Ah! These. It's his police clipboard, Drakmorian.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kvalsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
I must admit, I am curious. Yeah, Drakmorian. Well, this narrator is a professional jazz musician. Lanvar... what was his name? I always have to look it up every time, because it's an unusual name by my standards. So I don't retain it very well in memory. Sorry, Lenville Brown. Let me see if I can find... IMDb has nothing on him. Black is Belza as Jimmy. Huh. It looks like the Lenville Brown that did this voice actor is... this guy. Oh, Lenville Brown apparently also goes by the name Stevie B. And he was part of a group called Maroon Town. Here. Oh no, Kaiser Mario. See, I was thinking about trying to re-roll the check to get in here without the gigantic sword tool, but... I didn't bother because I didn't have the password. It is a pretty jazzy name, Mel, I must admit. Off-site copy. The cube-like crisscross filament feels mildly fragile in your hand, its intricate structure still cold to the touch. Silver tape on the side reads off-site copy. Note, this filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Alright, well now that we've got it out, better save. Now let's go check out the contents of this filament cube. I imagine you were, Kaiser Mario. I would have been very impressed too. I've had maybe 1 or 2 occasions where I succeeded at an impossible check on the first try through a critical success. There's an ability that significantly increases your chance of doing that. And in fact, it's one of the first thought cabinets that you get. Oh, I probably need the flashlight.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting the framework, the filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Insert the off-site
copy. Like a
copy.
smooth draw, the filament slides into place. The speaker comes...
Good evening, Fortress Accident. Please repeat. Is this the off-site copy? Good. Please? No, that's not it.
What? Answer is short and sharp. Okay, no.
Maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif you saw on the stained glass window.
After death, life again.
Good. I've unlocked the off-site copy. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Very good.
Ka-ching.
Thanks, conceptualization.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft print. It sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up with pure black ink.
Move the off-site copy.
The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Now read the printout.
The paper is soaked with ink, its monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information.
What happened? It's just covered in ink.
Odd. Something is obviously broken here.
Perception.
A single speck of white shines out from the shade. For some reason, the printer decided to spare this one tiny dot of paper, marked by the devil itself.
What? Tear off the printout.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The speaker...
Good evening. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password. Good.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress Accident. Is there? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the capital.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident, SCA, managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money.
Ah, sounds like Kojima.
The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Oh no, the poor investor. What about the workforce?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts.
Man, and Salt and Sanctuary was made by 2 people.
And a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Aha!
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skipped work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Yikes. Skim through the production schedule.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because of the concept artists? What happened?
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
I have a feeling this probably really strikes home for game developers playing this.
They couldn't.
They were done in by their own ambition. Boy, how many times have we seen that in the game industry?
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what now?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Oh, I see. It was that overly ambitious lead designer.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
This is impossible! How many heads were there? Tens of thousands?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again. So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
The idea of paying a professional voice actor to voice a character in a video game in real time, on air, is insanity. What they're basically saying here is, instead of paying a voice actor to record their voice, you're paying the voice actor to actually be that character in real life on an ongoing basis. That's nuts. How many combinations? Tens of... It's exponential, so probably trillions.
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
No, screw math.
Good call. It's more than the number of atoms in the observable universe.
Yeah, okay. So that's what did them in, huh?
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
Man, some developers just need to sit down and take a reality check. This must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Igaunian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, But despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Man, this is why you keep multiple backups on multiple dev kits. This is why you don't put all your source code in one basket. They lost the whole game and wouldn't even pay for it, huh?
Always read the terms of service.
Ain't that the truth?
And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for illegal action.
Yeah, huh? Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred.
That is mysterious.
It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukkonen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Wow. Literally gave everything for the game. Yeah, that's, I mean...
That's not what her colleagues thought.
Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
What do the footnotes say?
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez. All of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting. Tiles on the filament slides out of its glow.
We might need that. I really hope we didn't break the data cube by, trying to play it. Yeah, Kaiser Mario, it seems we struck a nerve. Well, that's great. Thanks, Disco Elysium. This is why I save often. Ugh. Yeah, Lasso, story of my life. Let's see where our most recent save was. In the basement. So, worst comes to worst, it's maybe 5 minutes that we have to replay. I saved after we passed the check to extract that thing from the freezer. Which means we do still have to go upstairs and... go through all that dialogue again, but other than that...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speak.
Good eve. Please repeat. Good. Good.
Really?
Fortress accident. Thank you. And
Tiles on the cube are with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing.
Okay.
A piece of paper. It's a project report. The first in its the first eventually. Let's just say it was a fortune. And why did it didn't? No, that one of them. Even the production, not the it was impossible. They tried. They thought they couldn't. No, even that is at the 11th. At this place was to be the valley. The world had so many. The last count. There were approximately, well, yeah, that, and on the nature of what is clear is that when the team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, always, and let's face it, mysterious, it was the lead, Lucan, I didn't have a home anymore. So that's the production schedule ends with form. I have Zambru in its short time. The first, eventually, let's just say it was a rear tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of its, like a smooth drawer. The filament slides into place. The filament slides out.
All right, hang on. Let's save. No, Fearless J, but we can get it back here, which is what we're gonna do. We're gonna
like a smooth.
We put in the offsite copy.
Good, please repeat. Good. No.
Maybe it's a ka-ching.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. It sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up with pure black ink. The filament slides out. The paper is soaked with ink. It's monochrome darkness.
Odd. Something is obviously...
A single speck of white shines out from the shade, marked by the devil itself.
Huh.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the frame.
All right, let's see if we can manage to avoid that crash this time. Yeah, it appears there might be some significance to the... absence of ink in that one spot on the paper. My only concern is, I worry that I might have broken the data cube by trying to print it before going back and giving it to the lady. Church, okay. Same address the lead programmer of Fortress Accident was looking for. Hey, Sam, what are you still doing up? Not that I mind seeing you, it's great to have you. How are you doing? Well, that's exactly why, Kaiser Mario. That's why I saved before using or trying to print the off-site copy. Because I'm willing to bet that we get yelled at for breaking it when we hand it back to her now.
Yes, what is it?
About the off-site copy.
Yes?
I brought you the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
What happens now?
Now, I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
He's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door. What are you even hoping to find?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
Presses print on the machine's keyboard.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Something is very wrong with that filament memory.
Sorna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
Where?
Hold on.
Behind a keyboard now. Typing in some numbers only she understands. The terminal beeps. The light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Say nothing.
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
There's joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. You did it? You found the coordinates?
I found the coordinates.
She lets out a celebratory sigh. Oh, cool, Sam. Is it any good?
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
She yells back with a grin. So where is it? Where's your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double-check my calculations. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
The third bowl 2 centimeters to the left. What? Third bowl. Which one is... Oh.
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still.
Oh, interesting, Sam. Yeah, hang on to that.
Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor.
I found a couple of references to it, Justian, but I don't think I bought the book about it. Move the third bowl from the left 2 centimeters away.
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound.
Move the fourth bowl.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
Leave. Yeah, kind of, Drukmorian.
Yes, what is it?
I moved the water bowls like you asked. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops, biting into her chapped lip.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it just going to be silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything.
Hey, the doctor.
I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin.
What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
You're overthinking this.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
Scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah. You're right. Let's do it.
She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press on mute on the keyboard.
The lieutenant takes a step back.
Oh, God.
And then, nothing.
Oh, okay, Sam. Yeah, sometimes when they adapt the original art styles of games that these shows are based on, it can go both ways, sometimes better, sometimes worse, but inevitably somebody will take exception to it.
Nothing happens as Sona Lokinen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
Say nothing.
She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it.
She lets out a sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Did you hear anything?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No.
She rests her face on her hands, massaging her forehead.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Perception. Oh, I don't think we have anything that... that boosts perception, other than... Oh, well, we have the boots. Oh, this is the same issue we ran into before. Right, we're going to save over a different file here. And actually... Oh, okay, Sam. So changing little details of the plot to change the meaning of what happens, even though what happens itself is the same. Yeah, I'm generally not fond of when publishers take artistic liberties with an IP like that, myself. I'm wondering that too, Alasso, and I'm debating going back and loading that other save file to see. Exactly, Drigmorian. Well, let's see if we can hear anything. Maybe there's still...
What is it?
All you hear is your own breathing. Heavy and...
Let's see if we can pass this check. Maybe there's still a resolution to be had here.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing.
Well, Fearless J, or in the case of glasses, because most of the pairs of glasses we have decrease our perception. So it would have been, here, I'm having trouble hearing, let me take off my glasses.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing.
There's a way to get a boost for this check, Justian? Okay, go ahead, tell me how. Alright, Mel, have a good one. Justian, I'm guessing it's probably by not trying to print the off-site copy before we come here or something, right? Oh, to Joyce. Interesting.
Yes, what is it?
Everything
Well,
disappears.
we got it.
You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere. A weather change hanging in the air.
Ah, hey, Tramer.
What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Suna, what if we just need a better sound system? Oh, and I wonder who would have that.
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
Of course. You know, Sam, there are a number of series I can think of, not the least of which is Dark Souls, where I feel like the first game never needed a sequel as well. I certainly can appreciate that.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Yes, but they could help with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
Closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As always.
Thanks, suggestion. I'm pretty great, right? I'll go talk to him.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
Cool! Two squirrels with one acorn or something like that. Hardcore, cursed nobleman. We Germans are the most hardcore. Edible Enthusiasm, I love that username. Hello and welcome. Oh, they changed up the beats.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I know Noid has his
He's
signs,
a quiet
but...
man. Mostly communicates through music. Yes?
Okay.
Yes? What's the
Good
deal?
news! I convinced Suna. She's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're a true ally and the augury of a new era of Nordic dance music.
You're gonna have to share space for a couple weeks till she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage.
He grins, excited.
And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right?
Oh, you mean the illegal drug lab? There will be no shady shenanigans in the church, only love and hypnotic dance music.
Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Well, Sam, I hope it doesn't turn out to disappoint you. I hope it ends up at least being worthy of the original. But I certainly understand your trepidation. I felt the same about Dark Souls 2. And 3. All right, what do you mean, file not found?
Yes, what is it?
How's the project going? I see that your neighbors have moved in, but all I hear is anodic dance music.
What?
He leans close.
What did you say?
How's the project?
I can't hear you. The music is too loud.
Project.
Oh, the project. It's not going well.
Why?
There's that guy. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Okay, why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata. A place to be, apparently.
Don't worry, girl, I got this.
Thanks. Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes.
She does jazz hands to mock him.
Let me know how it goes.
No, maids, because Dark Souls 1 was not a sequel to Demon Souls. They were totally separate games. Dark Souls 2 and 3, however, were sequels to Dark Souls 1. But Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 are set in totally different universes, totally different stories. The only thing about them that's similar is the gameplay and a couple of FromSoft memes, like Patches and the Moonlight Greatsword. Yeah, looking forward to it, Kaiser Mario. I'll be glad to finally get my freaking gun back. Alright, let's go see if we can figure out Egghead. Egghead's an alright dude. The Bed of Chaos, Kaiser Mario?
We're close,
says the young man standing behind the mixer deck, pumping his fist in the air. Lung-shaped trees grow on his belt buckle.
Hard, full car.
Is it?
It's hard car. Skibbity, skibbity.
Alright, let's see if we can figure out how to get through to this guy.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000.
That's too many people for this building. It would collapse.
Ecstatic vibrations. Totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
What do you propose as the name? Andre? Acela? Egghead? Noid? Okay, what do you think?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Okay.
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Egghead? You must have some good ideas.
Yekukata! Yekukata! The place to be!
Yekko-Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
A witless, victorious smile adorns his face.
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Noid?
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
I don't know, man.
It's not amnesia, guys.
Suna?
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Kim?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
Oh, Kim.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
I don't know. I think he might be the most, likely person here to produce a good name for the nightclub.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
Yeah, you know.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Oh, God. Disco Elysium, No Truce with the Furies, Revachol West. Okay. Well, it's gotta be the game title, right? It has to. I feel like the entire game has been building up to this moment. It occurs to me that the devs are probably expecting us to think this, and maybe Disco Elysium is not what they want, but it's gotta be Disco Elysium, right? It has to.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing it in violet blue. Alright. The name changed the title from No Truce with the Furious to Disco Elysium because people kept calling it No Truce. Oh, okay. Nobleman, is that true? That sounds like it might be somewhat embellished. Then again, I guess I could see it.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Start tapping your foot, I guess.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
What is it?
I'm dancing.
Forms yet another strange pattern of moves, but it doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it looks kind of lame.
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man.
Jumps up and down with glee, his moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the club lights.
What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Composure very low. Dance fever incoming.
Goodbye, officer.
No words, just dance. Okay, Regita, have a good one. Do we have anything that increases composure? That we aren't already wearing, because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, okay. We've got our rave clothes. Our rave shoes, anyway.
This is our little utopia.
Hand-eye coordination.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
So there's a lack of magnesium in me.
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
So I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to ascend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
That's not how magnesium works. But I must admit, I'm morbidly curious. Magnesium-based life form. It's generally understood that human beings are carbon-based organisms fusing little carbon tubes together to form complex, mushy structures capable of thought, love, and locomotion. It is
signs, new ideas, new beginning.
It is also known that these structures sometimes like to take the edge off by consuming ethanol, amphetamine, etc. In such cases, it is important to supplement your body with magnesium. Tired? Maggot. Down? Mag time. Liver damage? Maximum mag. Some people say magnesium doesn't really do anything and you just need to quit. What do you tell them?
Are they really gonna let us have this?
Thank you, Edible Enthusiasm. I guess we'll try that. Ah, no.
This is our little utopia.
Do I have enough spots for this? Hang on. Regular law official. Wasteland of reality. Omnia. 20 hours?
The carpentry in here is magnificent.
Wompty is an especially good thought? Okay, where do we... Wompty Dompty Dom Center. Suggestion outsider. 42 minutes. Wednesday evening and something's heinously exciting in another way. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wonder Twins,
This is our little utopia.
Guy and Keith Hust are the stars of the show with their bomber jackets and white sneakers. Head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty Dompty Dum-de-Dimmest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you if you aren't there? Okay. Unlock. And I guess we'll put Wasteland of Reality. What's this one? It has been brought to your attention that you're an alcoholic and that it's a sickness and it's killing you. You're crawling on your knees through life, your booze-filled belly dragging on the ground, your brain now fuzzy, now in overdrive,
The carpentry
your hair
in here
sticking
is
together with
magnificent.
today's cold sweat and yesterday's vomit. Perhaps they're right. Anything is better than this. Even bone-dry reality itself. Maybe you can quit. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe we can quit. All right.
This is our little utopia.
Okay. No words,
Hey, man.
just
It's good
dance.
to see you.
You close your eyes
Well.
and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
I don't know about you guys, but I'll take it.
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrae by vertebrae, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
Hello, Noah Bad. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back.
Here it will begin.
Where'd the church go?
Who fucking cares?
Okay. Cool. I'm scared.
Good. You should be. Who fuck? No. Not who fucking cares?
I hate my waking life. I hate this world. I hate and fear everything. All I want is to dance. Please, God, just let me dance.
God? Where is your God?
Where'd the music go?
Don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
Yeah, Kaiser, the written lines of dialogue do not always match the voice recordings. My guess is it's just discrepancies in the versions of the script that the voice actors were handed. Or rather, that the voice actor was handed. No, really, why can't I hear anything?
This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself.
Okay.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid.
What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Oh no.
Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
I think my spinal cord is lying to me.
To rule the world.
What? Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Okay. I can roll with that. Let's bust a move.
Foolhardy. Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn.
Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before.
You have become a flawless interlocking rhythm, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear.
Oh my god, this looks so stupid with these clothes on and the multi-tool. I should have put the crowbar. Oh, damn, I should have put the flashlight in the other hand. But then that probably would have caused the game to crash. And we don't need the game to crash after passing that check.
Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
The Speed Freak's would-be leader stands slack-jawed in disbelief at the hardcoreness on display. Yes way, my friend.
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second.
Then blasts into the same hideous pattern, yelling...
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Call Kim to join you? Poor Kim. What are you doing?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
She cuts in before you can repeat your question.
No. Recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance. before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
Andre, dance! It's the law!
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
Kim, get in here!
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant looks at you and the speed freaks grinding around in the church, a group of unhinged lunatics. Oh, poor Kim. He's not going to be happy about this.
You totally do!
Is there anything more I can do?
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts.
I think it's gonna hurt our relationship with Kim if we insist on dragging him in. Kim hates this. He already never signed up for this.
You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
No, wait.
No time to wait.
Oh, God. Turn on the hyperdrive. Yeah, we can't call Egghead over. Suna is in. Andre's dancing harder. Vec Machine, okay.
What's going on here?
Well, why did you warn me about, why did you warn me about being careful? Get in here and dance then. Fine, guys. If we have to re-roll that check again, if this goes to hell in a handbasket.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening?
The lieutenant is forced to yell over the futuristic music blasting from the speakers. I'm undercover!
Good for you. Rock on, then.
Hey, I called you in to dance!
What?
Authority, don't let the lieutenant leave without getting his hardcore on. Ah, okay. Well... one you really don't want to fail. Yeah, but I can't back out of this anyway. If I stop dancing, then this whole event just disappears, right? I can't start dancing again and get everyone on board. Can I? Like, I can't stop dancing and save having passed the initial impossible check and then start dancing again and then attempt these checks, right? You sent them all to jail, nobleman? What a waste. Yeah, that's what I thought, Justin. This seems to be your only chance. Alright, well, we'll try it. Even chance of success here, but we get a boost. This better not fail.
What's harder core than a little bit of?
Oh, no. This is not going to help. This is definitely not going to help. Okay, so we need authority, we need shivers. Yeah, I see what you mean, Vec Machine. Alright then, let's try and re-equip, and... I did save right before. Oh, yeah, sorry, Kaiser Mario. I was so focused on trying to... Well, don't despair, Kaiser, because, you'll probably have another opportunity to see it. Bear with me, because this won't be the last time. Spirit Decor.
Are they really gonna let us have this?
Spirit Decor. Alright, well, hang on. One thing we can do here, because we have been collecting... Oh, we had a penalty to authority from our equipment. I see what the problem was. Where are we getting the authority penalty?
The carpentry in here is magnificent.
Items? Oh, the clipboard. Why the hell does the clipboard have an authority penalty?
The carpentry in here is magnificent.
And why can't I see its stats?
It's the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of paper.
I look insecure with it. Oh, okay. Well. Well then, let's increase our odds of that authority check for one. No worries, Floofin. I'm glad I could help a little. Shivers, thank you. That's what I needed. Okay, so what else gives...
No one can find us here.
Shivers. This... Perception... Interfacing... Okay, I think that's about as good as we're gonna do. Oh, wait a minute, that stupid shirt gives us -2 authority. Well, that doesn't help. Too old for the shirt. So, we'd have to... Okay. We have to go with this anyway. Alright, what do we have to pass?
Oh, hey, man. It's
Composure.
Goodbye, officer.
Flashlight and take your pants off. Oh, that's right, nobleman. Thank you. You're absolutely right. We do want to equip the flashlight because that's going to be stupid when we start dancing. There we go. And can we afford to take the pants off? No, we can't because these give us composure. The first check is free for retry? Yeah, nobleman, sorry, but we need the composure boost here. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Well, you can't, but I would like to not spend forever trying to re-roll the first check, Kaiser. We got incredibly lucky on the first shot, and then we had to throw that away. Alright, so I'll put one more into authority. And... Bread Assassin, as far as I can tell, the fact that you still are shown a 3% chance in the UI does not actually reflect your chance of success. A great check so you can level up and try again. Alright, well, what we'll do then is we'll save. Then we'll try it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay, and then I guess we try again.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Aha! This does bring it up to 8%.
Total darkness.
And it didn't matter anyway.
You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deed.
You know what? I'm not even going to question this.
Here it will begin.
But you see what I mean, Bread Assassin, about the percent chance that's shown up front not being the real percent chance. Also, Anonymous, thank you for the $5 donation. Anonymous says, just dropping by to thank you for this playthrough. Been really enjoying the VODs. No problem, Anon. Thank you for dropping by and either joining us in chat or joining us in VODland.
Who fucking cares? God, where is your... Oh, don't. This is a nothing.
To rule the world, I am the...
From what I can see...
Alright.
Foolhardy.
With your eyes still closed, the first
Let's
thing
do
you
it!
feel
Dance with the
all
flashlight
way back in the
like a
pivotal
real
darkness of your
rave.
own thoughts, you have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear.
We need a no-context clip of this. I'm just going to shut up for 30 seconds, and then we can just clip 30 seconds of this. Alright, I think that's enough of that. Nobleman, I don't disagree, but we needed the pants for the composure boost. As it was, we were just barely able to get it over 3%.
Free from self-awareness.
Oh my god!
With... He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner.
Asil? Aren't you going to dance?
No.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance. She's still at her mainframe. The young man, the authority of the law is clearly unquestionable. The dynamic you feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have no time to wait?
Alright, Kim.
What's going on here?
The lieutenant, he's having trouble.
What's happening?
I'm not doing anything. The music made up its mind a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on, then.
I called you to dance.
What?
Alright, 92%. If we don't pass this...
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Lieutenant, I am only going to pull rank on you one time, and that time is now!
Are you kidding me?
I assure you I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
Get my what on?
The lieutenant leans closer, unable to make out your words over the pumping beats. I said get your goddamn groove on, boogie woogie. We take those, Zyrek.
Sheesh, okay.
He backs up with his hand raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus some... Is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Thanks, Egghead.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's see some moves, Lieutenant.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate.
Okay. Alright, Kim, let's see what you got.
Now, check this shit out.
I'm starting to really like Kim.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either.
Alright, challenging. Okay, what do we got? Suna is in, Andre's dancing, we got Kim dancing.
The dynamic motion, you feel as if turning on the hyper.
Together, where are you?
Here we go again. Hardcore fills the air. The sound above my hair.
The what now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
Well, we got Kim dancing. Screw it, hyperdrive.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
What is this strange feeling I keep having? This cold, even now.
I am La Revacholière. I am the city.
Do you mean you are the city?
I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
How are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck.
Can we just take a minute to appreciate that in the background behind this text box, you can still see Harry rocking out with the flashlight?
I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
But who am I? Why are you talking to me?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jean in Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant.
I love you.
Wow.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah!
Noid's all about that.
I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now...
The would-be leader stutters with excitement.
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
Hey, Dragonab, welcome.
End of human development. Mission complete.
Right ecstatic.
All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Goodbye, officer.
Save the freaking game before it crashes again. We're safe. Oh, man. Well, I've got to say, that was a glorious scene. And we pulled it off without a hitch. In remarkably good time, I might add. All right. Let's take that flashlight off. And I guess we will equip the, guess we'll equip the bag. We did it. Now we should be able to talk to Noid and,
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
He looks around the hall, examining the carpentry.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
We completed the task to sync the signs with Noid. Cool.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
The would-be leader is cutting some futuristic shapes on the floor, sweating profusely. A cell using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
These kids got spunk. I admire that. Better here than in the tent. It wasn't safe. Genuinely into the hardcore lifestyle. Yeah, I mean... those kids could have fallen through the ice and died.
Okay.
The lieutenant keeps it laconic.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
Thank you for the reaffirmation, Esprit de Corps. Noid, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
He rubs his hands together. How old do you think this church is? Over 300 years.
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
You know, the more I get to know these guys, actually the more I like them. This guy gets it. He's quiet and antisocial, but He has a surprising amount of empathy for what the first settlers must have gone through, and I suspect that probably comes from his own background as what I'm guessing must be a social outcast in this universe. So these kids, they have more of a sensitive side than they let on, which often is the case with kids like them. Again, it harkens back to some of the kids I used to work with, and I'm beginning to see some real parallels here.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. What style is this church built in?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmonger. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
Okay, and what's DeLorean architecture like?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
Well, Justian, that may be particularly true of teenagers, but in my experience, I've found it to be true of pretty nearly any age group. I should hope that I've emphasized that fact enough by now, Kaiser Mario. Yes, this game is remarkably well written. What would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white, a false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Marriage is shit, yeah.
Right.
Takes a bolt from the toolbox and spits on it before shining it. This church wasn't painted white, though.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside, before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Peeks out of a small window in the dark.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
What did you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse, you say?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
Where is that quote from?
A Sarais man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother.
Interesting, so you're saying you're not a big fan of the Innocentic system?
A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
I can kind of see where he's coming from with this.
The way he says it, the force in false core is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
I even agreed with you about the Ecclesiastes being okay with this. You guys said the Ecclesiastes were all about love and hardcore before, right?
I only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you.
Points to his friends.
Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
Okay, I even agreed with you?
But were you wrong? The founding party is okay with everything. Look around. They don't have enough love for the human crew to oppose anything anymore. We're on our own.
That's still a lie. Reassert yourself.
That wouldn't be cool. I want to be cool.
Mewling wimp. Pathetic.
You propose dance music will supplant this system.
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
Interesting. Yeah, Authority has some really harmful interjections at times. How do you like the glasswork?
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye.
You wanted to get inside the church and now you don't like the stained glass window?
I didn't know it was in here. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Mass murder on the floor!
Would you say she was human? Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit? Yeah, Kaiser Mario, I've come to realize that. He is the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a well,
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
Okay. I do kind of feel like there's something terrifying about her.
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
Say nothing, stare grimly into the distance.
The speed freak looks the same way. It is dark there in the back of the church. For a moment, the music echoes strangely.
You say she was human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
She was a player, she played us all, it's just a game. Yeah, they hate this too.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
The young man lets go of the suspenders and they hit his chest with a slap. Okay.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about it, please.
Okay, It was one of the physical stats that was, Friedel, yeah. I don't remember, I think it might have been physical instrument, actually, Friedel. Not that it particularly matters, but... Let's see, how are you settling in?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crabman, though.
Oh, you did? What'd you think?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
All his sobriety stuff isn't too restrictive for you?
Talking to him, I realised that sobriety can be pretty hardcore too. I gotta respect it.
Oh, really? That is not a reaction I was expecting from a guy like Noid.
The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
What did Diago tell you about the church?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
You mean there are dead bodies here?
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
Okay, well what's it for then? A sarcophagus for what?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs.
No, I never did, Vec Machine. I don't really agree with any of them.
Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church, surrounding it, to contain it.
To contain what?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. Or it does. But it's what this sonar person is looking for. And trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
What makes you think she's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
Yeah, Vec Machine, but a mangled caricature with recognizable and very, very human elements. I found a Doom commercial area in Martinez. Maybe it's the same thing the Ubies were trying to contain.
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
You think there's any merit in the theory?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. It's not even a thing we can answer, Cop Man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person.
Okay, well, I guess if it's without substance, maybe there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Okay. Let's...
Dead body, spirit entered. Sure.
Okay. Why are you so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noid anyway?
It's short for paranoid.
May I ask why? What good is being suspicious?
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
Actually, it's interesting that he says this because I can relate to that very closely. What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
What are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
You mean the, left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat.
I won't forget, Justin, don't worry.
This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
Okay. What's suspicious about the production of pork and wheat?
It's only our shit. We should make better use of not being animals, or cereal grain, ourselves.
Having enough food could be a precursor for greater things.
Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
Okay, well, what about that then?
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
He's kinda losing me here, if I'm honest.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's change tack
His
here.
eyes flicker.
Mention true life. What would that be like?
A life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself. In others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
And how would you go about returning to this true life?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Yeah, that's why he was starting to lose me. Sort of like fascism then.
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
Fair enough, just making an observation.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
So you're advocating a noise-based society?
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
Okay, well, what's hardcore to you then?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent superlative as well.
Okay.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. That information is incredibly useful to me right now as we're discussing dancing.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
I've noticed.
Hardcore!
His friend shouts from behind his mix table with a smile surpassing your own in wideness, a total moon face, and eyes full of naive wonderment. Term hardcore also didn't. Oh, no, I'm not gonna just repeat that. Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Happy to help. Oh yeah, sure thing.
Internalize the hardcore aesthetic. Don't just nod along, really feel it. Oh, and we have a bonus because we caught the key. And Pericarnacism is love. What's this?
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center.
Oh. Okay. This is going to be good.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Encyclopedia passives give +10 experience and +2 real. -2 suggestion. Pretentious wanker. Got so much experience and money you never had a problem paying rent again. Yeah, this actually does seem pretty useful. I don't remember the last time I even was presented with a suggestion check. Okay. Alright, that's okay. I can get on board with that. That's true, nobleman, but there are other uses for real. Plus, the extra experience means more skill points.
New signs, new ideas.
She's whistling a
new
melody.
beginning.
Her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. And no, it's got nothing to do with Contact Mike.
But Contact Mike is... I wasn't gonna...
No. I actually wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sorna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Okay, well that's good. What we should probably do before anything else, though, is we should go get our gun. And then I think I'm going to call it, because we're looking at like an 11.5-hour stream at this point. But let's get the gun first, because I've spent the whole game wanting to knock that one out, and we have an opportunity now. So let's do it. Viminia, the only choices you regret were getting rid of the expression in the beard. Interesting. I felt an odd sense of relief when I got rid of the expression, and an odd sense of cleanliness when I got rid of the beard. Alright, where... Front the pigs. Turn around with your sidearm pretending to be a police officer. Meet her near the old fish market at 2200 hours. Walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. That is right near here, I think. Yeah, Justin, I intend to do that as well.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Oh God, what? Aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbers to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone. Really, Justin? So they haven't fixed this yet, huh? It's a good thing I saved. Oh, dear. So, this is a bug that they have apparently failed to squash. This exact bug, huh? Alright. Let's try that again, then. When you get near the woman, click on her. Okay. Thank you, Justin. It sounds like you've already figured out a workaround for this bug. Don't walk towards her. Got it. Hey, Vinny! I am, but not for much longer. I want to wrap up one last event before I pack it in for the night. Or the morning at this point. I can't see out my window to see how light it is right now because I have the blinds drawn, but... Well, you'll be able to watch a VOD in about 10 minutes, Vinny. There we go.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Ah, thank you, Justin.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Oh, Kim already drew on her. Wait, what should we do, Kim?
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up.
Easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous.
Ma'am, I just need you to calm down. We just want to talk.
Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing.
Hand-eye coordination. Time to get my gun. Oh, okay. This is the pigs. We can solve this peacefully. Please lower the weapon.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Let's just talk, all right?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
All right. We are the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Yes, I'm the backup. Here to back you up.
You are?
Question.
Mr. Moran? No,
Aggravated assault! Man down! Suspect on foot!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
Hey, I'm in full RCM lieutenant's uniform, and look at my partner. We're cops, all right. Take out your badge.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Okay, please identify yourself.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Have the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Lady, have you been schnoofing drugs?
Confiscate Suspected contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Ah. Alright, well,
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
I'm probably gonna get shot really hard, Curse Nobleman.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
No, I know I'm gonna fail.
Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Okay, well...
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision. Eat lead, scumbag.
Oh my god.
God, I almost blew her head off.
I thought maybe that would be the case. She didn't have any ammo.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Gun lands on the wooden planks and tears run down her scratched cheeks.
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Damn right!
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Her voice is growing fainter as she rocks back and forth slowly.
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
Why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness.
Suppose this is what happens when you listen to too many cop shows on the radio.
There's a bit more to this than that. But right now, we need to decide what to do with her.
Okay.
She's in a stupor. I've seen it. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia. Yeah. Looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now.
Sorry this is how life turned out for you.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
Should we just arrest her then?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. I guess I'll just notify my station. They'll contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
You turn to leave, the faintest of voices comes from the woman. It seems like a reflex, a half-remembered sentence.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. Magnesium-based life form.
Okay, I'm interested to see where this goes.
We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
+2 volition, -1 logic. Magnesium receptacle glands. Magnesium receptacle. -1 logic. No such thing, man. Okay. I mean, that's all right, I guess? Volition hasn't really been all that helpful.
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there, too. You're thinking of taking them?
Pick up the RCM cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
Of course it is.
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe, probably. You know me. Oh, that's terrible. Well, no, it's ours, the RCM's.
It's your hat.
Lieutenant nods. Confiscate the narcotics. Wink. Wow, okay.
You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed as evidence, obviously. She didn't consume them. She didn't look high. She confiscated them. A little like you are doing now.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Fine, you take them then.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
That's fine, I don't need him.
He's grateful you did this.
Shake her shoulder.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Okay. Well, where's my police hat? Now I can be the real police. Yeah! +1 authority. Well, now the glasses don't really work, but that shouldn't matter anymore because I got my baby back. And also, apart from the goofy-ass multi-tool, we are now actually starting to look a little bit more like a real cop. Oh, and there's that jacket. Interesting. No, not yet, Justin. I kept getting a message that it wasn't time yet. Anytime I tried to go deal with them, so... I did, Vec Machine, yes. Yeah, I'm honestly not too keen on the look of this hat, but... I also hope we can get some better gloves. Like actual black leather gloves, befitting of a police officer. What's this?
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable.
Not those, the Menia. Those fingerless gloves encourage you to drink alcohol. Electrochemistry. Whip this when times are most dire. So I guess we're not actually supposed to run around with this thing out, then. Makes sense, you naturally don't run around with a drawn firearm. Unless you're an asshole, a psychopath, or a moron, or some combination of the above. So, I guess... Guess we'll just go back to this. No, it's not, Menia. But, I'm certainly going to have to procure some bullets from somewhere. Alright, let's get this done. Kaiser, I wasn't talking about her. Oh, alright. Oh, gotcha, Kaiser. You didn't include a kappa with that, so I wasn't sure if you were, being earnest or ironic. Alright. So... yeah, 11 and a half hours, almost exactly. Alright, everybody, so, what we're gonna do... yeah, we're gonna deal with that next time, Justian. We are already at the point where I need to go get some dinner and some rest. So what we're gonna do is we are going to go raid I'm Deadly Pants, who is streaming Final Fantasy VIII, actually. And you guys are going to like him. He's a very friendly chap. I just ran into him fairly recently, and we kind of got to know each other a little bit over the course of discussing the stuff he's been playing. So please do stick around. Let's go make his evening. He will really appreciate having some folks to hang out with him. And we've got a really nice 69 viewer raid lined up for him. Okay, well, it's fluctuating between 69 and 70. We'll take whatever we have to offer him, but, thank you all so much for joining me today, and I look forward to seeing all of you, hopefully tomorrow, or I guess later today, when I intend to continue playing this. Take care, everyone! Have a great time zone!